cut me some slack here. Alright, and the timer is going to be hidden for the rest of the run, to me at least. Dude, I don't know, man. I'm like, I say I'm not a superstitious person, but that's an actual, like, straight up lie. I'm very superstitious about some kind of shit. Because, like, in my practice file, the one that I was using, that actually, you know, was deep enough to do the cooks, but not past the cooking point, I kept getting a lot of charcoals. And in runs, I haven't really had that issue. Like, I swear to God, it's like there is a seed at the start of the game, but, like, from what I understand that Charles has said, that's not true. It's just, it fucking feels like some files are fucking cursed by magic juju, though. You know what I mean? It's so weird. It's really easy to get superstitious when you keep getting bad luck, honestly. Even though there's, like, no explicable reason for it, and it's like, no, that's not part of the way the game functions. It's like, Final Fantasy 1 PSP, you can randomly generate names from a pool, and a lot of the runners got superstitious about certain names having bad stat growth and bad run chances and certain things like that. Which, big if true, you know what I mean? But it's really easy to fall into that rabbit hole when you're like, bro, how? This guy has given me more cooks than fucking my entire speedrunning amount of failed cooks. What is happening? Yeah, send Eva's files, something like that. Evan's got me cursed from RIP. Can I? I could've. Yeah, just all four, don't worry about it. I kind of hate that dialogue can be progressed by hitting a D-pad button, but enemy, or the experience from the end of combat cannot be. It's super frustrating that you have to, like, mash. You have to mash. The funny thing is, like, I'm superstitious about the weirdest fucking things that just do not help. Alright, boys. Time to whirl recce. Good joke, idiot. World recce if we just ignore that other runners exist. Ignorance is bliss or something like that. Valuables, place. Alright, we are getting to Corsair Hooker by Crook. I'll even take the safety save at the hut, and I'll do a second trip to Corsair if I have to. I want to get this run going. Though I highly doubt I can PB under such circumstances at my current level. It'll probably be another 7-hour run if I have to do something like that. Use a safety save. What a big, scary-looking tail. Let's follow it! You know, I wonder if there's, like, a picture out there of, like, Ryu and Bo in the cave, and, like, Bo is, like, just a dog. Like, an... Or, like, in a dog-like stance, and he's just like, bark, bark! And, like, Ryu lets go of the leash by accident. And then... Like, he has to chase Bo in the cave, and that's the explanation for this, rather than just, like, Bo being like, yeah, dude, let's check out the giant demon tail. Ho-ho! That seems like a great idea. Ugh. Die. Alright, let's see, are we planning something preliminary? Like, Oh, I should probably take you over here. You guys gonna watch me get beat up by birds? I love getting beat up by birds. Life pull. Alright, 9-2-2 sword. So, by 9, that's the worst way to do that. 2. Alright, if I get killed on the way to the birds, I got one more reset, that's it. Okay, let me through. I will say that last file was cursed to, like, crit on the gong, which was nice, but that was about it. No! Savey, savey. Time to baby, baby. Attack. No, 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 no. You can one-shot, you cannot, so shot. Form, auto, spell cure this. Okay. Mm-hmm. 2 and 2, huh? Alright, we got this. I do not know if this will work, actually. I don't think Ryu can one-shot on level 2. I might have fucked up. Please counter. Nice. Okay, Ryu can one-shot if he specials like that. Please one-shot. Okay. Pretty good run so far. Unfortunately, they're worth shit for EXP, which makes them not a very good fight this early on. Okay, shot attack. Shit! Yeah, that's what I thought. It's gonna be a... Fuck off! We're gonna kill Bo like this. I can see it already. Both of them at 3, I believe. Okay, this is good enough. Okay. I didn't have to cure Bo, but whatever, I guess. Alright, let's fuck ass. 3 and 3, huh? It's a bit suboptimal, but I'll take what I can get. Scramble. Oh, wrong. Okay. Counters would be fantastic. Good job, Ryu. Keep handing them out. Counter, 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 counter. Shit. 8 as expected. I need to see 11 here. 12. Alright, that's 20. That should be enough to kill, and then I need to hurt. He didn't dodge anything. Shit, 30. This kills that one. Fuck off! Oh my god, you suck so much, Bo. All you had to do was roll a 10. You rolled a 9 instead of an 11. Fucking suck my ass. Damn it. Okay, thank God Ryu saved me here. 21. Need you to counter this one, Ryu. Shit. Fuck off, man. What a dog shit fight. Of course that was a special. Why wouldn't it be? That's 30. 40. 50. 60, 70. Okay, we can get through this. Okay, I don't know how to count, apparently. Level 6, level 6? Yeah, we had a really weird encounter pattern on the way up. Focus on your movement. normal auto. I need to heal Ryu after this. That's the annoying part here. Absolutely have to. Can I get a charm out of all this bullshit? That'd be great. Nope. Sounds cool. Thanks. Frustrating. Maybe if I'm lucky, we just dodge everything on the way up to the roaches and I don't have to heal twice. Nice. Yes. Okay, look. Unless you're gonna drop a charm, can y'all just piss off? That'd be great, actually. Great. Great. Ah, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. Damn near enough to kill both of them. If I could just, like, not get any more fights, I'd be fine going into the roaches with this much HP, but that ain't happening. Can I please get out of here? Let me out, 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 let me out! Nice two-stepper! Woo! You're real good luck today, boys! And by that I mean I fucking hate it here. Ah, yes, a nice slam to fuck me in the ass. Slam me in the butt, baby! I love it! And we're gonna get the encounter right before we fall. Oh, no. Well, that was a really good Harpy split. The rest of this has been absolute dog water. Man, we get like a couple of rooms where I get 0 encounters, and then some of these other rooms are just absolutely wild. We're just gonna burn both the herbs here. I'm not willing to heal in combat. My HP was probably high enough to just tank this, but it would depend on like specials and counters, which is just not worth the risk. You want to counter there, buddy? Thank you! That saves some time. My colon is on fire. Hey! One less idiot to go. Ho, 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 ho. Level 7. Alright. Alright, never mind. That felt worse than it was. If Bo didn't hit level 8, then it's not as bad as I'm making it out to be. 30. 50. And we're halfway there. Oof, we're not going to be able to one-shot. Okay, never mind. That should kill. Of course, he gets back up, and he's going to kill Bo, because fuck me. Counter, please? No? That works, too. Bro, piss off. This is ridiculous. 2 ups? He's going to do it 3 times, isn't he? Just a fucking... Fuck me, man. This is ridiculous. Oh my god, I'd reset any other time. Will you fucking die, you piece of shit? Oh my god, nothing like wasting an extra minute on a fucking nothing boss. Because they gave it a stupid mechanic to reference their previous game. You know, I don't remember the last time I stomped on a roach and it got back up. But, you know, sure, whatever. I'm fucking livid right now. That was ridiculous. I'm pretty sure that was a PB revive, too. I think that was 6. I can't afford to reset. I fucking hate it here. I'm so mad right now, bro. Can I just finish a run? What the fuck? It's always something with this damn game. Surely that's all the bad RNG I'm, you know, out of the way, so that the trip to Corsair is going to be the best trip to Corsair I've ever had. I'm going to buy 3. Bitch armor 2. Okay, I don't have time for that. Oh my gosh. Well, we had around 600, which means it was a decent-ish Mount Fubi. The Harpies fight was ass because I got low-rolled by 1 HP, like, twice. So 2 of the enemies survived that shouldn't have. Both the back Harpies took an extra turn to kill. And then the roach got up, like, at least 5 times. Not even being hyperbolic. I'm not even sure. I think it was 6, but it might have been 5. I'm just not in a happy spot right now. I feel kind of mad, honestly. That was a bit ridiculous. And by a bit, I mean extremely. I just... what a game. It's kind of frustrating, the amount, like, the high level of RNG that you're just kind of at the mercy of in, the early game. Let me out here. This place sucks. Pee pee poo poo. I hate it. It's so frustrating. Do 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 doot. Okay, come back in here. 2. No, you didn't. Of course you didn't. You're a good boy. You've never done anything inappropriate. You know what? Maybe I should just go play fucking RE9 instead. Actually, I might do that, honestly. Because I need, like, something to relax today. So, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. For sure. Do... Do 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 dee do 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 do. Bro, there's just like nothing super free to just click on. Is there anything interesting I might watch history or watch later? To the ruins. Do you remember? West of Mount Fuck Me. Should I just call it Mount Fucky? Yeah, I think Mount Fucky is a little bit less, childish. And also... you can go F-U-K-I, Fuki. Mount Fuki. Or, if you're really thinking about it, Mount Fukai. Oh my! Please counter. I mean... the struggle here is, like, dodges just don't help. They don't really do anything, because I'm gonna have to heal anyway. And special... like, I'm getting everything I can't make use of. Bruh. Counter, please. Counter, please. You know what would have been cool? An accessory that either Kat or Ryu could have equipped that would increase their counter rate. That would have been a really cool secret accessory. It's so tempting to just YOLO run from this, I swear. Counter? Well, I mean, that would have... yeah, it would have worked out the same anyway. Let me out. Okay. Change this. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Surely this will help. Bruh! I'm gonna get an extra fight because of that. Man, this game does kill me with the slight misinputs, I swear. It's just like, bro, I was holding up. Oh, you're holding up and right is more important for some friggin' reason. Yep. Got an extra. Oh my god, this is an awful one. Can you counter any of these, Ryu? Okay. Now I have a decent chance of them running at least. So I should be able to kill one before it goes, and then the other one hopefully will just run. I really didn't want that money that bad. Fuck! Have to grind out the fight at the bridge again. Item, herb, and then smoke. Got to the sign. That's pretty decent. If these aren't all solos, it's absolutely absurd to not hear here, and there's no way to guarantee it. Bro, not like this. Please counter Ryu. Oh my god. Don't. Land. No! Fuck! I'm gonna fucking die to this shit again, aren't I? Please fucking counter. Okay. Don't have to heal outside of battle at least. Oh my god! This is absurd, dude. Miss. Okay, 1v1. With this many steps, there's no reason to not heal. More likely I'll get an encounter than I won't. Okay. Actually can play the fucking game. That's cool. Alright, we go... 1, 2... Okay, we're gonna head over here, spend the rest of our cash. Grab 7 and this. Okay. Go up, please. Thank you. Alright, now for the final reset barrier. Tag me in the ass, Woods. Bro, the trip here was so bad, I was almost ready to reset, even though I don't have time to do it. That's how bad this walk was. Holy shit. Alright, the smoke tile is going to be in a really goofy spot. It's going to be one step earlier, because I did it prior to the bridge, I believe, so... Should be about... here. Okay, I gotta be careful with my smokes from here on out, so I use the other one. Counter, please. Alright, you're gonna give me a gold, right? So I can skip the gold chest. That's how this is gonna work. Fucker. Of course. Never there when I need him. Fun bear. I'm healing next turn. Actually, we killed Fun Bear here 100%. Now that's just fucking silly. Counter, please. Did I outspeed this piece of shit? That was just rude. Counter? That was the one I really needed it on. No high roll. Great. Well, shit. It's Tag Woods. 26, please. Okay. Counter into attack would be great. Nope. 24. Alright, I wasn't gonna heal, but now I will. It's, sub 40 is not a good idea to be sticking around with. Spell, cure. I'm gonna get like 4 gold drops in fucking Semaphore. Watch. I gotta gold drop every single fucking chest encounter. It's gonna be wild. Okay, I need to sort my inventory. Oh! A preemptive cure. That's gonna speed things up a bit, actually. Be nice if we get the weird... Okay. I was gonna say, it'd be nice if we got the weird pattern where he, like... She cured herself or attacked instead. There we go. That's great, actually. Counter be good here, too. Nope. 26? No, 23. You've already burned through most of your cures, so we're good to go. Hit level 8, so I don't need to heal, because I'm at 55 here. Probably gonna get one more? Yeah, run from that. Okay. Sort. Oh, we'll top off here. Okay, this is 169. 31. Probably should heal here. That's unfortunate. I hate having to heal here, but I need to. So I still have like 3 hits left. That's actually nice. That high roll means that healing was 100% correct. This is okay. I still have 2 hits. That's not okay, actually. Fudge, dude. Oh, double heal Baba at level 8. Holy shit. What a dick. Oh my god! Fuck off! If I knew I was gonna crit, I would have been fine! Oh, wow. Alright, we're gonna try and get to the chest over here if possible. And it doesn't happen. Bite me. Oh my god, bite me. No! Not like... See ya. I want to die quickly, not slowly. Holy... Why do they still outspeed me, actually? That's a better question. Ugh. Bro, what the fuck? Where was this path walking here? Come on, man! Oh my god, I hate everything. Fuck this game. Oh my god. 282, huh? Two of these, you know, we'll buy 3, and then the rest will be in herb. Okay. Hello? 7, okay. We have enough herbs, I think, for fucking... almost enough for Terrapin, to be honest, depending on how many I have to use. And I got a couple of help BLs, too, so... Oh, wait, we made it through Tag Me in the Ass Woods. Now it's just, don't die. Excuse me. Unfortunately, August is still dangerous because he can do some really goofy things. The most dangerous one is he can start spamming high damaging hits. Auto here. I guess I'll start practicing commentary at this point so we have a decent chance of this actually finishing. So, the early game is very reset heavy. Unfortunately, a lot of the enemies can deal kind of a ridiculous amount of damage. It goes from, like, safe to unsafe very quickly. Once we get past the first boss, the Harpies, we're in a lot safer condition, but unfortunately the walk here to Corsair is very dangerous and perilous. Once we get to Corsair, we get to upgrade our armor, so we're safe for a bit. Tag Woods is relatively safe with the higher levels, but it's not guaranteed you'll get through in one go. Luckily, we have to save here for a Death Warp anyway, so worst case scenario, I have to walk back into Tag Woods. Once you hit level 8, it becomes a lot safer, because you can one-shot the Harpies. You have a little bit extra HP. You do get a lot out of level 8 versus level 7. You jump from like 55 to 61, which doesn't seem like a lot, but it's enough to survive an extra hit in most circumstances. The only things that can be really dangerous is the flowers sleep blocking you by sleeping you, hitting you, sleeping you, hitting you. Unfortunately, you can't one-shot the flowers. The SNES version would have to YOLO run in everything in Tag Woods because it's just not strong enough to two-hit anything. 2 hits seems bad, but 3 hits is, oopsie, you know what I mean? You're in a really bad spot in SNES. A lot of these fights, you have low survivability, low way to kill. You just have to spam run and hope that you manage to get it in the first few attempts and then heal up and do it again. We're going to be picking up Kat here very soon, which she's one of the few characters that can counter. Matter of fact, there's only 2 characters that can counter. It's Ryu and... yeah, you can take all my money. It's Ryu and Kat. Both are the only 2 that are able to counterattack an enemy. Everybody else has the chance to crit or dodge. Not really sure on the chances, but functionally, those are the only 2 that can counter. So sometimes you want to see them hit, sometimes not. Kat specifically, you really would rather not see her hit, because she's very glassy. She does a lot of damage. Her counter can be very good. Unfortunately, the way that everything works is her staff is quite important. So for the early game, she'll be doing a decent amount of damage, but we're going to hit a point where we just don't upgrade her staff for a long period of time, so she's just going to kind of chill and, you know, hope she doesn't get hit for the most part, because we're leveling her for the end game. The nice thing, though, is she's so fast that she can often use items faster than the enemy can go, which will allow her to be very useful mid-game. because we'll have AoE fire items that can just one-shot most enemies, because it ignores resistances and always crits. Normally, you wouldn't be able to buy it in a glitchless route, but GBA triples the money drops, so you can buy a lot more stuff. So your survivability is very high from having a couple extra levels pretty much everywhere, as well as having more equipment than you would in a glitchless run. It's closer to an any percent than it is anything else. Any percent can upgrade everybody. We got to be a little bit more frugal with what upgrades we pick, but for the most part, we can get all the upgrades we would want for the most part. So we're going to auto here. She has 220 HP, which is more than she'll ever have in her entire existence. Okay. Want to heal off the next hit if we take another one. Oh, wow, that's very rude of you, Cat. 30 HP should be enough to survive most things. Okay. Mythical sub 6, that's a very good one. That's a very good question. We'll find out. The early game was kind of cheeks. Once we got to Corsair, everything went pear-shaped. So you want to heal around 45 here. Oh, that's nice. That might speed things up. 169 out of 220. If she was Baba, she'd be dead right now. Actually, I might have messed up my math. 4? Okay. She can bait you into attacking her here. Uh-oh. I should heal. Plus 29, I think. I probably could have killed here. Oh, no, I wouldn't have been able to after that. If I'm going to lose my strength, that's the best way to handle it. But there's no way to really tell if she's going to bait you and you're going to lose your strength or not. At this point, we just auto until we land another hit here. That took a little bit longer than it could have, but there's a decent chance she could have killed me, so I needed to play that safe. So we got to push her into the corner here so that we can avoid her getting poisoned, or else we won't have access to her in the next boss fight, which really stinks. Doing August without her isn't a huge problem, it's just much slower, so we want to take Cat with us. With the amount of money that we get paid to fight her to the death there, that 1,000 coins, plus the little bit she drops from the boss fight itself, we have enough healing to grab some upgrades here. I'm going to grab the herb here because I'm being a real big goober right now. That herb's not worth the time it takes to open the drawer, but whatever. They're only 8 zenny apiece, so... We're going to grab some upgrades here. One of everything, pretty much. We're going to go buy one. What is it? This. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that leaves you with 100. We're going to upgrade her weapon, which is the more important part, and give her a little bit of armor here. Unfortunately, this armor really won't increase her survival rate in August. Even if we die to August, we just spent pretty much all of our money, so we'll just walk right back in and do it again. But dying to August isn't impossible. Unfortunately, this guy gets to take 2 turns. He can either attack, charge and attack, which is a pseudo crit, and cure himself for 40 HP. He can also crit on top of that charge, so if he attacks, and then crits on that, he'll one-shot whoever he's hitting if they don't dodge. This guy has 680 HP, and he is a pain to kill, so we're going to go auto. 53... 51. That's very frustrating. That's exactly why I hate this guy. 21. Attack. Wake you. Rand can use the Guts rule on a character to wake them up once per fight from a dead state. This is absolutely ridiculous. I'm gonna have to Ryu heal himself. Cat's gonna die to anything anyway, so there's no point in healing her at this juncture. If she gets hit, she gets hit. I cure Ryu here, because if he does decide to... Oh, man. Yeah, he may have died from that. I'm not 100% sure on the math there. Alright, time to swing with everybody again here, because there's no reason to heal. 51. We're about halfway through this doofus. Keep hitting Ryu, please. That's actually very good, Ryu. Thank you. That's a bit annoying, but whatever. He's at just shy of 400 now. 20, so we're going to attack, and cure Ryu here. Plus 58. Plus 53. He's at 525. Yep, this is kind of the issue here. When he starts charging those hits, he hits real hard. We're going to have to heal Ryu again here, because I'm not going to be able to kill this turn unless I get a crit, and I'm not going to roll the dice on that. 58. 634 HP. Oh, wow. Alright, we can just auto here, because he's actually low enough to just kill. August really put up a hard fight there. That's a real rough one. Him killing Cat right off rip is pretty frustrating, honestly. So the Wake command will revive a dead character once per fight, because what it does is it actually uses the built-in Guts system and triggers their Guts roll when you Wake a character with it. I mean, the problem, those charge into attacks were very scary, honestly. Normally what you're hoping happens is he just swings twice, because his damage isn't really super strong. If he decides to hit Rand or Ryu with regular attacks, you're in a pretty good spot. But when he's charging into attacks like that, it can get very scary, because his damage range spikes massively. I believe I got a bunch of low rolls on those charge attacks, to be honest. But, like I said, he can charge, hit, and crit. The one thing you really are terrified of seeing is attack or heal, and then charging turn 2. Because that charge will apply to both of his attacks on the next turn. And he can just absolutely wipe you at that point. It's very scary. I've had worse August fights, but that one wasn't exactly the way I'd like to see it go. Basically. So Rand has a really cool gimmick in the overworld. Everybody kind of has their own gimmick. Cat, she can hit hunting. When we go into those grass areas, you can hunt woodland creatures. Some of them will give you healing items if you actually manage to take them out. Others will give you antidotes or AP recovery items, which the AP recovery items are very good. Because there's only 2 other AP recovering items that you can't get from hunting. The W Fruit, which recovers 20 AP, but deals 20 damage to the character when it's used. And the Wise Ball, which is exceedingly rare, and it can only be found in a few places, or cooked with a couple of W Fruits and a Stamina, which is a stat-up item. So those can be very good, but it's not worth the effort. Ryu doesn't really have any special abilities. Rand can roll in the overworld, which is super cool. The movement is faster in SNES. I think it's more or less the same in GBA, because we get the dashing speed. The reason it's better than the regular walking, even if regular walking is actually quicker, is because while you're in the rolling state, you cannot get an encounter. Once you bonk on something, which you will have to exit the rolling state, there is a 50-50 on whether you get an encounter or don't get one. Unfortunately, that encounter is outside of the normal encounter table. So when you're getting encounters normally, when you exit a place, like here you have 7 free steps, and then it starts rolling encounters on every single step. 7 free steps, same thing here, etc., etc. But the Rand roll doesn't count towards that step system. So there are cases where you can bonk with Rand and then take a step so that you can start another roll, and you will instantaneously get into another fight. So basically, Rand rolling is a super high skill thing. That charm doesn't really help me right now, I'm gonna be honest. I'll probably... I'm gonna save that for after Terrapin, when I start buying W Fruits, I think, actually. So the charm is something you can pick up that sells for 500 gold, or Zenny coins, whatever you want to call it. But for now, we're not going to be using that. How many smokes is it? It is 8 smokes. That is not how you do that. Alright, so we're going to do this. We're going to go buy 8, and then I'm going to sort my items real quick. change, put you here. Oh, yeah, I have more than enough. So, because of the amount of encounters that I got, I have more than enough herbs for Terrapin. Terrapin is the next big boss. The next one coming up, Joker, is not too difficult. Cat and Ryu hit about 20, low 20s up to 30. Maybe a little bit more if they crit. And we're gonna have Nina for that fight, and she can spam cold for 60 to 70 damage. She can get up to about 90 if she crits on the spell. Spell crits don't hit quite as hard as physical crits. But they're still very useful. The only downside is you can't really tell it crits unless you hear the sound effect of a crit, the little crackle, or whatever you want to call it. Because when you land a critical with your characters, it's called a special, and when an enemy crits you, it's called a slam. Why? I don't know. But, spells can crit, but as far as I can tell, they only do like 50% more damage rather than 100%. Or double. But yeah, Joker's a pretty straightforward fight. Honestly, this next area is kind of a nothing burger. The only time you die to Joker is if he decides to poison chop every single turn. Which sucks a lot of wiener, but it is what it is. The big one is mainly the fact that Poison Chop hits the entire party, so you have to stall out and heal. Luckily, being poisoned in combat actually does nothing. Okay, switch to Ryu here. It only does poison when you're, like, walking in the overworld. We're gonna spam a smoke out here. So we do get 7 free steps in every area, but the smokes time out in such a way that it doesn't really matter in some instances. So we just smoke on entry of enemy area versus, like, after the 7 free steps. Because it makes the route easier. Sometimes we only go a few steps to, like, rejigger the smoke to being in a more beneficial position, etc., etc. But for the most part, you either do it immediately or you do it after you've taken a couple of steps. So, August is a bit risky. Sometimes he'll kill Cat, and if things go really sideways, like maybe Cat will be up and Ryu will be dead, it really depends on how you do things. But that changes your level modulation at the beginning here. So it's just better to put Cat in this stance. Scramble will boost Ryu's attack a bit here, but it'll nerf Cat's a bit. Between the two of them, as long as one of them hits, like, Cat can hit 35, 36, 37, 38, I think, without crits, but she most often hits 35s. Ryu can hit 45 and above. As long as one of them hit X6, we're good. But a slam will also do it. As that first guy actually has a lot of HP. This thug right here doesn't have too much. The one that's really scary is actually this spider here. I think this is the same as the thug at the door, though. It's got 80 HP, so it can be 3 hits unless we see it. Oh, yeah, we're not going to 2-shot him then. That's kind of annoying. Or we will, I guess. Sure. That's actually nice. I think that was a poison bite if he dodged that way. So this guy has like 200 HP, so it takes a while to get through all of it. Or you could just crit, that's cool. I'm not going to remove poison just yet because I'm going to be smoking in the next room anyway. So there's no huge advantage to removing poison up here. And then we're going to use smoke. So there is a chest on the other side of the room that I want. So I'm actually going to exit this door, or enter the door to get an extra 7 free steps. Alright, Silver Dagger, good to go. Alright, we want to equip that Silver Dagger now. Attack you, normal, and then attack. So I switch back to normal here so Cat doesn't get the debuff anymore. Because I think she can 2-shot this in the normal stance. This is one of the few areas where you have to be knowledgeable about, like, your damage ranges, and switching stances can be quite beneficial, as long as you're aware of what damage ranges you're dealing with. There's some fights you want to take in Scramble, some fights you want to take in Normal. This fight you normally would run from, but since I have Silver Dagger, it's a guaranteed 2-hit here. What I should have done was just not attacked with Cat, because she's just never going to be able to kill. That's so frustrating, actually. I think I will have to attack with Cat here. Never mind. That power down did just enough nerfing that Ryu couldn't one-shot. How annoying. Excuse me? Oh, that's right. Counters are super weird in this game. And I guess they don't apply elements. Which, right now, the Silver Dagger is a holy element. Or basically strong against undead. So that counter there, like, just doesn't do holy damage. But yeah, with the attack down there, that's super frustrating. We need to be in Scramble anyway for the boss, so it doesn't matter if I do it here or the next fight. You might be thinking why I haven't, like, cured up Ryu yet. It's like, okay, maybe you'll cure up before the boss fight. One of the other important things that we take advantage of is when a character enters or exits the party, 99% of the time, you will get a heal. A full heal. When Rand left, we got a full heal. When Kat and Rand joined, we got a full heal. Though, you know, we just got done using the N, so we were full healed. When we get Nina here, we're going to get another free full heal. So even though I have the AP on Ryu to cast Cure, there's no reason to worry about it. This next fight can drag on for a bit if we don't do it the way that we're going to. These thugs here can summon more thugs each turn. And we're at the point where these are the lower HP thugs, rather than the ones that we fought before, I believe. So they can be one-shot. I might be wrong. These might be the 80 HP thugs. I'm not 100% on that. But because they can just summon more, we're going to actually use that Fire Rock we grabbed a half hour ago. And that will hit the entire enemy team with a Fireball spell that ignores resistances and always crits. So it's very good at wiping out enemies as long as you're using it on the right formations. And around the mid-game, it doesn't matter because it ignores resistances. All we're trying to do is hit the HP threshold. So we're going to attack here and then throw out the Fire Rock. And one-shot everything. It may seem a bit wasteful with how much damage that puts out. Like, why don't you just use that on a boss instead? That is a very good question. Honestly, that's the most beneficial place to use it because of the summoning mechanic. I would love to save it for Terrapin. You know, fudge Terrapin. Anything to make that fight easier, but as long as you're being defensive with Terrapin, you'll be fine. And what I mean by that is Terrapin has like 1300 HP, which is a huge bump up from our previous fights. And we really don't have anything that, like, does a ton of damage to Terrapin. So we're going to attack, and cold here. If Joker decides to just hit Ryu here, we're in a good spot, because Ryu has enough HP to just kind of tank stuff. 232s, that's, I think, the highest roll I can get. 64. Okay, Poison Chop is a bit frustrating here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to Cure, you attack. Kat can hit a little bit harder with her higher level. She took so little damage from Poison Chop there, even if I get it with another one, I should be fine. And the fact that she crit was like Kino too. These are the lowest rolls you can get out of cold, though. That's unfortunate. Cool. With this amount of poisons, I'll probably heal it right after this fight. Because it just takes too long to spam potions otherwise. Oh, that was scary. That was on the button. I don't know if that was his highest damage. If he had one higher roll, that could have been catastrophic. And my fault for underestimating the amount of damage he can deal. 68. Okay. Alright, he's at 480. He has 580, so we should be able to kill this turn. Yeah. This will kill. Yep. Math is easy when you use math. So everybody gets a level here, which is nice. I think I should probably heal Cat if she's sub 40 there. I gotta figure out what the damage ranges are for that. So I think I heal Ryu around 20. And I should heal Cat, like, sub 40. So what we'll do... 30... Okay. Oops. Double antidote. It's fine. I'll heal before we get to, Winda segment, because I'll smoke right before that. Okay. Hiss. I think we can just do it this way. That might work. We're gonna find the fudge out, I guess. Ooh, doo, doo, doo. Less than 30. Okay, that does not work. We go auto then. That's not what I wanted. Bro. That should kill at this point from the, after the thunder. Yep. Alright, we're gonna have to heal up once I go for the smoke outside of the cave then. Okay, that's very frustrating that thunder is not enough for that, but whatever. Okay. Alright. Cure yourself twice. Item. We're gonna herb you and we should be good. Yeah, Cat's... Nina's close enough. But I shouldn't need to. Seriously? What an annoying pattern. So the next place we gotta go to is Winda. And then from there, we don't have any boss fights, but we do get an extra character. I think I fucked up the smoke route. Yeah, I did. Luckily, it's not that big of a deal. Oh. I wasn't supposed to do that snaking in the center that I did. So this next area, there's a lot of enemies that we can either two-shot with Cat and Ryu, or we can okay, we auto here. Between this, I was hoping for a build-up there, but I guess not. Yep. I'm not 100% sure that'll kill, so we'll throw in the tornado just in case. Alright, so here we're going to need to split up our attacks. Because then that way... Oh, great. I mean, we could have tornadoed here, but assuming that I get a counter here is not a good call. I am going to give Ryu a herb here, I think. Just to be safe. Close enough. These guys like to use build-up, so we should have a safe turn here. So we will get a full heal once we walk into Winda. Not at the actual walk into Winda, but we're going to be picking up Sten here, which will give us a... That's great. We are in a great spot. And by great spot, I mean I friggin' hate... Okay? Whatever, man. Unfortunately, we have to watch the thunder animation here, but this could be worse. You know, we could have dead characters, which is very, very much a worse situation. We should be able to get into town here. That walk was kind of cheeks. The fights were solid, though. The fact that I avoided healing for the most part was pretty nice. Unfortunately, having to, like, heal on the exit from Joker's Cave is pretty wild. If I had known Nina would have failed to kill off the thunder on the leeches, I could have just attacked with both of them. And then, like, or attacked with both of them and then tornadoed, I think, and then just autoed from there. Which is what I'll try next time I run into that fight. Personally, I've never had the leeches fight, especially not a 5-pack post-Joker. Normally, you can get through those last 2 rooms after Joker. What you're hoping for is a 0 encounter in both rooms, but, you know, it's nothing's ever guaranteed. I'm gonna go refill my water real quick. Sten's gonna be here to be a pain in my butt, so it is what it is. So, the struggle here is Sten is overwhelmingly mid. And I don't say that specifically because, like, his story is mid. Or, like, his character arc is mid. That's, not necessarily related. The big struggle here is, like, Sten just doesn't really excel in much of anything. He's got decent agility, he has decent attack, he's got decent spells. He has a bit of AP, not a massive amount, but enough to fire off a couple of spells per fight. But he doesn't excel at anything. Luckily, his speed being good is actually kind of nice for Terrapin here. Terrapin has some AoE attacks. He has, like, 2 single target attacks. He shoots an egg at you, or brainwaves you, which would normally eat your turn if you take your turn after Terrapin. But if you attack before, the person that gets brainwaved, it doesn't cancel their next action. But, the thing is that Sten is a good target for brainwave or those attacks. And because of his speed, since he goes before Terrapin, I can use him to throw healing items over and over again. Nina's damage isn't really high enough to be worried about during the Terrapin fight. So the only thing that we're going to be worried about with her is just firing off spells until she dies. The big thing we're hoping is Terrapin just doesn't start spamming AoE stuff over and over again. That's the biggest struggle. Let's see here. Going to sell the bronze sword. Yep. And then we're going to just buy everything. So we go 1, 2, 2, 2. Okay. We got more than enough cash here. So we go item, sort real quick. We have 3 stacks of herbs. That's great then. Smoke. I wanted to double check my herb count. That's why I... No. Put the ranger back on. Bronze, bronze. Silver, chain, bronze, bronze. Chain, glass, steel. Leotard, glass, steel. Form, order. Manual. And then that's good. Okay. So we do have a non-insignificant amount of money left over, but we're going to be holding on to that for post-Terrapin purchasing. That's Smoke Tile, actually. Attack, attack. I don't believe at this point any of them can guaranteed one-shot. Yeah. And because these guys are so fast, they outspeed Sten, too. So we're just going to have everybody take a swing here and call it a day. Follow up with Thunder as needed. We will be getting a massive upgrade to Ryu here after the boss fight. The Shaman grabs us and is like, hey, we should fuse. Hey, we should fuse. And because we are Durgan, the fusion gets rejected and we turn into baby Durgan, which is super cool. Unfortunately, we don't have it for the next boss fight, which would be great if we had that. We're going to double down on this big guy with our stronger characters and just have Sten poke the other one. This is why you buy a huge stack of antidotes, because these guys can poison you. Pretty good attack from Sten there. Oh, that might be enough to kill. Okay. So, normally Thunder has to do the cleanup here. We'll just auto at this point then. We want to keep the Ranger Clothes on Ryu, even though it does have lower defense than the Chainmail. We're going to cure ourselves here, and then we are going to antidote you 3 and hope that this doesn't keep happening. Okay. One for everybody here, and then another Thunder. A lot of these fights, you just kind of want to spam Thunder. It's the way it works out, unfortunately. Unfortunately, the Stoolies can use debuffing spells here, which aren't super dangerous on their own. The bigger struggle is just that the animation takes forever to play out. So Thunder should help clear 2 to 3 of these little buggers. I think the one Sten hit, yeah, that's usually correct. Sten poked this one, Cat hit that one, and then sure, whatever. Unfortunate. These little guys are a little bit more resistant than you might think. The defense down there is a bit frustrating, because that is what caused Cat to take so much damage. The debuff spells in this game do a lot. A lot more than they probably should, honestly. I would ideally like to wait till the next Smoke Tile, but it should be about here then. Okay, it's going to be a couple more steps then. I took a few more steps than I normally do. Okay, Thunder. Man, I'm just not getting good encounters here. And I'm getting a lot of them. Do-do-do-do-do. Good grief, my freaking sinuses are still borked. Alright, we already smoked, so we just go to town. You motherflugger. Actually, let's do it this way. Sten, you, Thunder. I probably should have had Cat kill one of the goblins, actually, to reduce the amount of attacks, now I'm thinking about it. That was a mistake. Okay, that's great. So yeah, once again, Sten does not have a chance of countering here. Ryu might actually kill the... Oh! Well, I mean, that saves us the Thunder animation, I guess. Alright, we go into town here, and then I'm just gonna heal everybody up, I guess. Boop boop. Ryu's just a little bit low, it's fine. So we're going to be switching over to the normal stance here. That'll boost Ryu's attack a bit, at the cost of lowering Sten and Cat's a bit. But it also means they're safer in terms of the amount of damage they'll be taking. I'm going to use a tornado here. This Creon's going to take 2 turns unless I, like, get a bunch of crits, which I didn't. Ideally, you want to see a special off Ryu here, but these guys are very frustrating because they double hit here, which makes them very dangerous. Alright, so we're going to go with this. I'm just going to have you herb yourself, honestly. And then tornado again. I'll be able to kill next turn. Tornado doesn't. Frustrating. Creons are honestly fairly dangerous enemies. We gotta select yes here. So we got everybody clipped up and ready to go. What I do want to do here is cure Cat. Ryu's still got enough HP. Actually, you know what? We'll sort here, use 1 herb on you. 3 stacks of 9 should be enough. Ideally, we skip this Creon as well. Fudge! Okay, I could have gone for a second cycle there. That's my fault. Yeah, the struggle here is like the damage is just kind of cheeks. And as long as he doesn't crit, Sten isn't at any risk of dying just yet. It's gonna take an extra turn anyway, so we'll will with her. Or both of them then. Of course. Good job, Nina. Good job. Alright, now we are on the most scariest boss of them all. Turpin. Want to top everybody off here, and there we go. Alright, Terrapin, like I said, has 1300 HP and is absolutely terrifying to deal with. We gotta play this very passively. We have a couple of help BLs that I got earlier in Corsair, which will help with survivability if things get really goofy. We're gonna go bomb here, attack, yes, and then tornado. Okay, 38, 38, 62, perfect. I'll just have him heal himself. So that's just low enough for me to need to heal, plus 32. Attack, herb yourself, attack. I need to stop trying to use that one stack like a goober. Right, plus 40. Fire breath. Okay, at this point we just plus 34. Attack, heal yourself, and then I'll have you heal Ryu if you survive. Ryu doesn't necessarily need to be healed at this HP value, but I'm going to go for it with Nina if that works out. If it doesn't, who cares? Okay, Sten's gonna have to heal himself again. Alright. Attack, heal yourself, attack, and tornado. Plus 38. We're at 400 out of 1300. Not doing too shabby. But this guy kind of stinks. That is the second worst situation. That's not bad then, we're fine. 31. Attack, bomb, attack, and defend. It's 38. Plus 44. plus 114. That's going to kill Nina. Everybody's going to have to stop and heal here, which is fine. Herb yourself, herb yourself, herb yourself. A little under halfway. We're at 680 right now. I could have helped BL'd here with Ryu, but I wouldn't have really gotten a ton out of it, so I went for the herb instead. Okay, this can be dangerous depending on who he hits. That's fine, actually. Attack, actually... No. We're gonna herb yourself. 38. Probably could have attacked there, but I decided to play it safe. Okay. Attack, herb, you, attack. 800 right now. Getting close to the end of this nonsense. 9. Okay, now we're gonna help BL. Ryu here. Plus 77. Puts us at 950. Plus 57. We're in the thousands now. I'm gonna heal one more time here. And then I think we can gas out from here. Because we do want a Death Warp after this, so being at full HP isn't technically ideal. Plus 38. Plus 25. Alright, it'll be one more turn after this. That's probably going to kill Cat, unfortunately, but we've got enough gas to get through this. Oh, wow. That's actually the best situation, then. Cat gets the EXP, but she's almost dead anyway. Alright. So, I can grab this upper chest here to get a charm item. I just don't need it right now. What am I doing? My brain was, thinking. That item down there is a vanilla extract, which heals everybody for 120. It's a very good item. We just don't need it, though. The charm itself sells for 500, but I already have one in my back pocket. I'm gonna hold on to it till we get to Simifort, though. Unless I have, like, 3 fruits here for some reason, which I don't believe I do. I think I have plenty of cash. Yeah, save the villagers. Saved! And by that I mean no. If you save everybody here, you get the Renew spell for somebody, which will revive a character at fairly low HP. We really don't have many ways to revive characters, so it is a bit tempting, but it's just not worth it with the Creons and how hard they are to kill, actually. Especially after setting up a Death Warp on that boss fight. We're gonna drop by the item store here, because we need a Death Warp anyway. Since I didn't grab the charm here, that means the top slot's open, so I can just buy some smokes here. And W fruits for the rest of the money. So we're gonna go buy 9, and then W fruit. Okay, and 1 herb, I guess. Okay. 9 and 9 is pretty good. We're gonna grab the W fruit here before I forget. So that puts me at 10 W fruits for Witch's Tower, which is fine. Now we are going to strip everybody here. Bum, bandana, bum, not salad bowl, all the way off, wristbands, bum, bandana, wristband, bum, salad bowl, wristband. Okay, now we're gonna head out of town and Death Warp. He wants us to go back to where our friends are, and the way to do that is going to be, yeah. Okay. Alright, any attack on anybody. If they all attack this turn, gosh, dang it. Ugh, thanks, Sten. 1 HP in a dream, I guess. Bro, this is the worst combination because that actually fails to kill. Whatever. Sten should get to go first here. And that gets us our Death Warp to Township. Now, this place is in a bit of a weird state. It should be repaired, but because we warped here, it is not. Now it's repaired properly. We gotta come in here because Ray wants to teach us Cure 2 because we didn't save everybody. We'll be giving that to Nina. Cure 2 will be useful in a couple of different segments where Nina's gotta come with us. She gets the world map movement of the bird access later on. And then in a little bit here, her magic is just gonna fall off like a rock. So we're gonna need the extra damage from the curing is nice because she's not gonna be able to do any damage with her spells anyway. So we can use her to heal up with the Cure 2 spell. And not just her, I mean the entire party. Let's see here. We gotta roll back to Captain here. Taught her Cure 2. And then we got a Death Warp back again. So, unfortunately, our save point is still here, so we can't Death Warp again yet. We go Rand, Sten, Nina. Yes, doesn't matter. We're just going to stick with our Death Warping equipment, because ideally we don't see any fights, but that's a pure skill thing. Gonna drop another charm? That'd be funny. Maybe. Nina's gonna hit here, which is not gonna kill, I don't think. Oh. Well, that's cool. GG, Nina. So we are gonna Death Warp twice, so any of this money is gonna get cut in a quarter, not in half. So, if I get a lot of it, I'll buy extra W fruits. Yep. 50-50 failed. Sten should still be able to one-shot, I think. There we go. Good. I'll take a step here so that I can just continue rolling. Oh, okay, I'm just bad. Okay, you, and you. From here, I'm just gonna walk it out. Because it's a 50-50 that I'll take a fight, and it's most likely that I'm gonna get one here anyway. This should give me the 7 steps that I need, though, to be free. These Biraburus can counterattack, which makes them very dangerous, actually. I'm gonna have to stop and heal, actually. Because there's a decent chance I accidentally bonk again. Now, that was... Get him, Rand. Luckily, I have Rand with us who can just spam cures pretty quickly. Because he has a lot of AP. Okay. That's infuriating, actually. Tornado, I guess. This is infuriating. These fights could not have been any worse. Oh, I'm gonna have to heal again. Okay, so we're definitely gonna go by the store, so I'm gonna actually do this, this, and then that. Unfortunately, bad movement for once. Oh, come on! Really? This is just embarrassingly bad. On tilt, boys. On tilt. You serious? You are serious. Funny. So I heal up here, because we're still going to have that 50-50 when we hit town regardless. Thank you. Come over here. We're going to burn the rest of our money on W fruits again, because we got to do a double death warp, like I said. So we'll go... Actually, you know what we're going to do? We're going to buy a life pill and a health BL. Normally I would have bought fruits there, but honestly, like, you get very rare opportunities to buy life pill, and 500 is not easy to get, so we're just gonna buy some extra survivability out of all of that bad game playing right there. I got some really awful encounters too. None of those were good. Not a single one. The double beer buru was like the worst because they're super tanky and they have a high chance of critting, which just wastes time and does a lot of extra damage. So that was an awful roll segment. Rolling with Rand looks easy until you understand how it functions. So the game looks for your movement on one frame, so you can't tap, you have to hold. And if you don't roll quick enough, and I'm talking about like on the D-pad or thumbstick, however you want to do it, between the inputs, you're gonna bonk like I did there. And there's a lot of places where you have, like, one tile to move. It's super hard to have it work out well. So now I have an extra life pill for later. I could have alternatively banked that 500 and saved it for the Fire Rock buy, but I think having an extra life pill here is going to relieve a lot of pressure that you would normally have to deal with. Because for a majority of the game, you would have a single revive. That doesn't change unless Rand's in the party where he can use Wake to revive a character that's dead with 1 HP. And in a lot of cases, you can't use that because 1, you have to be in battle, and 2, he's the slowest character. So he's most likely not going to even get his turn. So yeah. Ideally, you could use smokes on the walk up here, but... you don't have enough. You'd have to buy an extra one, which is annoying. Because you usually want to just buy a stack of 9. I probably could have just used one here, because I think you use 5 here, and then how many in the whale? No, you use, so 4 and 5. Never mind. I'd had to buy more in, Simafort if I used one. I might end up just buying an extra one from now on. For that segment, I'll just throw a smoke and then do the rolling. I don't know why I did it that way. We want a death warp here because these guys will take too long, so I should not have attacked them. That's actually fantastic. Come on, hit me again, baby. No, not actually, no! That's the worst case scenario. Okay, good. Absolutely want to kill ourselves here if possible. Ryu? That should knock him out. That'll put him into town. And then I've got to come over here. And now I've just shown that the save/checkpoint has been updated, which puts me here. So luckily, we don't need to roll back. I can just take another death warp, and that'll put me back at Captain. Thankfully. Because that roll can be very frustrating. And that roll was very bad. So, you know. We're gonna... add some... Actually, let's do this. Because it gets goofy if I do it the other way. We'll do that. Equip. Okay. Boop, boop, ba-da, boop, 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 boop. Okay, Bo gets mad here because they just took over the room that he specifically created for us. The shamans will boost the stats of the characters they're fused with, but as we saw already, Ryu got rejected. He can't actually benefit from shamans. Every other character can, though. Certain ones need specific combinations to get the most out of it. This. So right now I'm just trying to tenderize up the rest of the party so that we can get through this death warp fairly quick here. Ryu and Sten are going to be the only two that can deal any reasonable amount of damage. So that's what we're going to be doing, is focusing down on the other characters. The big thing is they can dodge other party members hitting them. So what we're hoping for is that's not the case, basically. The other thing is you need to make sure that you target the right party member. Because if you target a dead party member, it corrects the targeting to the enemy instead. Okay, Sten should be able to take care of himself in this situation then. That's a bit frustrating. That can be dangerous. And make you have to get a second combat, which is very bad. So I want to make sure Ryu's down here. If we get high rolled by the goo here, we can be done with this, but I guess not. Alright, now we are on the other side of the death warp, so I can re-equip everybody here. We're going to change some things up here and give Ryu an actual chainmail this time. Bronze, bronze. Suede, bronze, bronze. Chain, glass, steel. Leotard, glass, steel, I believe. Yep, okay. Now we head in here. Talk to the carpenter. Say yes. This guy is probably the optimal carpenter, even maybe for a casual run too. What he can do is he can actually cook recipes. If you give him the proper items, he can make some very good power items. Yes, thanks for saving all of us. Sure. Sure. That's the one that you can always get access to. The other two, I believe, one, like, tracks completion or does music or something like that. Something super useless. And then the other one, there's like a mini game where there's items all over the world called Tolans that can be traded for other stuff. That does have some interesting items, but it's not very useful. The cooking guy is probably the best one. By a large margin, because you can actually like cook a lot of items to get a money glitch going. Luckily, the GBA tripled money drops is more than enough to grind out. I'll have that in a bit when I actually hit the cutscene fort. So I need to roll over the Witch's Tower here. Unfortunately, the Witch's Tower is a bit of a dice roll. And what I mean by that is she can just sleep lock the entire party at the very beginning of the fight, and there ain't nothing you could do about it. So, gonna see what we get today. Unfortunately, or fortunately rather, the Witch really isn't that dangerous outside of that one single turn. Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess I gotta, like, flip-flop here. We're just gonna auto this. So, luckily, Rand has Cure Poison here. That's very unlikely, actually. Oh, that's right. She outspeeds Ryu now. I guess it doesn't matter. Switch to Ryu here, and then I'm going to Cure Poison. And I need to cure you. Okay. So we do have access to puppies now, so... we might need to use those. Let's see here. Defend, defend, silver, and cold. The little monoped guy there is weak to cold, so we're going to use that. And then the silver dagger on Sten should guarantee a kill against the Anubis, or whatever it is, the mummy thing. I'll probably have to stop and heal here, honestly. I'm not super happy with the amount of damage Rand took there. So we have to do at least 2 fights here. Yeah, Rand being at half HP is probably safe, but not good enough. Auto. So the flies can use the curse ability here. What that does is prevent your spells from critting. Fortunately, the only person that has spells that we want to crit are Nina. Or is Nina, rather. Sten does have some spells, but we're using those if things get silly. Okay, that's funny. You have to take at least 2 fights, but it can be more than that. This, and then I guess that? I don't know. This is just annoying. Poison attack, like, does a little bit of damage. The frustrating part is it, can put you in a situation where you have to heal your character because they're poisoned. Hopefully this lets us out so we can just do the rest of the dungeon now instead of fiddling around with this forever. Oh my... I have not had 4 fights in a long time. This is actually ridiculous. We go Fire Puppy, Defend, Bomb You, and Tornado. Ugh. Pigs are super tanky, so we're going to use the Puppy here to get some extra damage in. They also have a very high chance of countering, so we're going to go with the Bomb Tornado here. That way, we ideally do enough damage to one-shot, and then the Fire Puppy guarantees the other one goes down. This is an abysmal entry. Having to do 4 fights here is laughably bad. Can I please come in now? I was about to say, dude. I don't know if there's an upper limit on that, but it feels bad every single time, man. Okay, so we're gonna go item, change, grab this, wherever the W fruits are. Use this W fruit. We're just herb you. You, and then we're gonna come up here and use the smoke. Gotta be careful with my movement here, because smokes only last for 64 tiles. So if I mismove too much, it's going to change where the smoke needs to be used. And in some cases, we'll do this, defend, this, and then cold you. And in some cases, it will make it so that I don't have a smoke active for certain movement tiles, which is super frustrating. Cold will always kill these guys because they're weak to it. I don't... Yeah, that's what I thought was the case. We'll go normal, auto. So I switched to normal here to increase Ryu's attack, but it also reduces the damage everybody else is taking. So it really depends on what fight we're doing. That should be a smoke. I think that was 1 tile too many, but it's fine. Ideally, we get a very good tower here to counteract how abysmal the entry was. Attack, defend. So far, it's pretty mediocre. We should still be good here. Getting in a fight in this room kind of stinks, but the last room we didn't get a fight in, so it's kind of weird. 1 step, of course. We go fire, defend, bomb. No, we'll stick in normal here, and tornado. Having to use the bombs this early is not something I like doing. You could use spark here, but I find it's very inconsistent in killing. We'll save that last bomb for the very, very last room. Luckily, they can't counter magic, so we're not in that tight of a spot. I might be able to get to the next tile without... Yeah, we should be able to get to this tile without... Okay. Item, W fruit U. We're gonna spell, cure, boop, 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 boop. And then we want to come back in here and smoke again. That's super annoying. Defend, attack you, and cold you. So the big thing is recognizing the formation you have as quickly as possible and reacting appropriately. Ryu can also kill the mummy in this situation, so if we run into 2 mummies, it will split the difference. The reason I'm defending with Ryu and attacking with Sten is Ryu has a 50% chance of being targeted, while Sten has like a 12-ish% chance of being targeted. So I'm trying to min-max the defensive nature here. We're gonna go Fire Puppy, defend, and then Tornado. next turn we're gonna swing with everybody. Or, well, not with everybody. We're gonna swing with Sten and Ryu. Oh, I leveled up. Yeah, there is a very weird thing with the defend, attack, and then we'll throw a tornado just in case. There is a weird gimmick with the dragons. Their damage is based on current AP versus max AP. And right now, I leveled up. We're going to have to AP up here. There's no guarantee that I can get through this without having to do so. We're good to go. Okay. Alright. Ideally, I waited till this room. Okay, we're going to miss the cycle twice then. That's great. Getting that first platform is not that hard. Getting the second one is hard, but because I messed it up, we had to wait both cycles. Smoke here. Alright. This is abysmal. Defend, defend, cold. Having to do it this way is super scary. Probably should have switched defense, honestly. What I'm going to do next turn. It's just going to be easier to cold twice here, so we're going to switch to defense and then cold again. Luckily, their HP is so low, it really doesn't matter, so we're going to still use Fire Pup here, even though they're not weak to it, or actually rather resistant. Defense, defend, 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 and then cold again. Alright, I think we're close enough that I don't... I mean, I'm going to have to smoke anyway, I think. Exit. Yeah. I need to heal up here anyhow. So we're going to go item W Fruit Ryu here. Herb. Twice. And we're good to go. We do need to fight Nimifu here. And Nimifu is kind of a pain. The thing is, Nimifu has 500 HP. And our puppy only does 256. So what we're going to do is we're going to go for 2 puppies here. The only thing she can do... Well, she can only cast spells here. So if she casts Sweet Breath and it sleeps the whole party, GG runs over. If she casts literally anything else, we're fine. If she Sleep Breaths and doesn't sleep everybody, we're still good. We're in a risky spot, but not that bad. So we go Fire Puppy here. We're going to W Fruit Ryu, we're going to attack with you, and then we are going to AG down. So we go for the attack here, because we need 38. Okay, we're good. That'll slow things down a bit, because then I'm going to have to use a tornado with Nina here, so that the 2 puppies kill here. But opening with Cure is fine. It slows things down just a bit. But the weird part is, like, her using Cure means we have to attack her an additional time. But the weird flip side is, like, if she hits us, then it's technically worse as well. So with the AG down here, everybody's going to outspeed her. So between the tornado and the poke with Sten here, we're good to go. Then we drag in for the rest of her HP bar, and she doesn't get a second turn. This is why... money ends up being so important throughout the run. We need a critical mass of W fruits. That's more free money than I know what to do with, actually. Fire Ring, huh? Maybe I'll even hold on to that and not sell it in Simifort. Yeah, I can sell that later for Fire Rocks, actually. I think that's what I'm going to do. Alright, we're going to W Fruit Ryu here, and then we're going to hold off on that. Herb. Alright, we're good to go. I should have done it in this next menu on the way down, but it's whatever. Okay, okay, I'm wrong. I forgot. Defend, defend, attack, and... Wait, what? No. I have to puppy, defend, attack. We also want to be in defense here. Actually, that may not work. I'm not sure if the Holy Dagger can do enough while I'm in defense stance here. Okay, it does. Nice. I'm gonna have to reheal, reuse AP here, so... I've been getting a decent amount of lucky drops here. It's kind of silly, actually. So you would probably think it's not worth fruiting in this instance, but it actually is. There's a lot of enemies in here that are super bulky that will make my life really awful if I don't. I'm gonna grab the Wise Ball here and then head on over. So Wise Ball is that other AP healing item I was talking about earlier. Okay, with Fire Puppy again. Defend, defend. Nope. Attack, defend. So there is a 50-50 when I get to the forest that I'll get in a fight here. So I'm actually going to... Do I need a fruit? No, I don't think I need to in this situation, actually. There's no, like... Well, there is this Stamen fight that I'm not a fan of. Let me think for a second here. I have more than enough money. I don't think there's any reason to play this. Nah, it's fine. Seriously? Exactly what I was worried about. Scramble, attack, attack, and thunder. Big dude here does love to use sleep, so let's see if we get screwed or not. Well, I mean, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. Might kill? Okay, wake up Ryu, attack, thunder again. Nice movement, dude. Poke. There we go. I'm gonna stop and heal everybody up here. There's no reason to play this risky at this point. Okay, auto. Yeah, he was, like, one short. Cure. Dupe, dupe, dupe. Oh my gosh, that was just me freaking out. Whatever, it's close enough. I can just walk from here. Alright. Not my best work. Not my worst work, though. Oh, that's right. I have to talk to him twice, but the second one has to be with Nina. Or Cat. So there is a chance that I can just get rolled in Wildcat here. At this point, we just gotta risk it. Extending our... Gene was order. Defense. Correct. Bum-ba-da-bum-bum. So this is the only cutaway we get where we really don't have any... You know, it's just like, what? Okay. Yeah, thanks for calling me stupid. I know I'm stupid, but you didn't have to say it like that, man. That's fucked up. So, Gene can move 2 tiles per. Do-do-do. Jump. Oh, nice. Defend, attack, defend, attack. This is fine here. We, want Gene to take damage by being in the front slot here. In the next fight, he's basically a punching bag. He actually has a 50% chance of being hit, while all the other slots have less than the 50% is split among them. This will allow us to, ideally spam some spells on Wildcat here. Because ideally, the Wildcat fight here is a bit dangerous. The big struggle is he has 3 different attacks. Either normal attacks, chop chops, or dices. And chop chop and dice will both one-shot the heck out of you. Because they just do so much damage. Because they're based on numbers. Or they're based on a set damage range, rather, than, like, actually doing anything based on your defense, which still doesn't matter because the, all the characters have to take their armor off here to get through. And we have to remove our items, too. So this is going to be a point where we have to Dragon, throw out a couple of spells, and at the bare minimum, Ryu has to survive turn 1. There's no way we'll deal enough damage without Ryu surviving turn 1. Because this Wildcat has 610 HP. Luckily, we just got access to the dragons because we have Jean with us, which will allow us to deal 512 damage. Unfortunately, the elements on the dragons are broken, so it's going to be Thunder Dragon Turbo for the rest of the run. But the Thunder Dragon will give us 512 damage, so that puts him down to about 100. And between a couple of bombs, and a couple of tornadoes, and an attack with Ryu or two, we should be good to go. Jean really can't do much of anything, so we're just hoping he tanks an attack here for us. Bomb, tornado, and Durgan. I'm scared. That's probably the worst case scenario. Holy shit, Sten, I'm gonna fucking bust! Yo, Sten just saved the run. I'm gonna be honest. Sten guts rolling there is probably the only reason we're gonna be able to win this fight. Without Bomb, you lose out on a ton of damage. Nina just doesn't do enough to cover it. He'd have to, like, burst down Jean for an extended period of time for this to, you know, be anything less than catastrophic. I was hoping he hit Ryu there, honestly. I think Ryu actually has enough HP to survive a dice with 80. So ideally, after the dragon goes out, Ryu dies. No. Because, he actually, the dragon damage I was talking about is actually quite a big issue. Since every fruit heals 20, if he's at 20 or 21 max AP, 20 will be good enough to get full damage in both those scenarios. Which means him being over-leveled here will make it so that I lose out on dragon damage a little bit sooner than I'd want to. Okay, now we're gonna switch to Sten the long way, because I'm stupid. Or Jean the long way. I gotta do a little bit of equipment stuff here, too. Since we now have Chop on Sten, we don't actually have to give him any equipment. Let's see here. Bandana, wristband. We're gonna take the dagger from you, and then we're gonna give you the Skoklet. Okay, I need to stop being dumb about this. So the problem is, at nighttime, they will not let you in to Simafort. Seriously? This is being super annoying. You don't want to be walking around on the overworld there, because there's a very good chance you get an encounter. But luckily, normally you could go to the camp and refill your AP there, with a free sleep. The problem is, the camp, well, really there isn't a problem with it. We do need to go by the camp and save, and we'll be doing it after this next fight. Since we got Jean, we got a free heal, and now that Jean is going to be pulled out of our party, we get another free heal. So going by the camp is a waste of time. Boo, boo, boo. So this is going to be my lunch break. No matter what we do here, we have to accept his invite to get the Fluck out. My split for this area is called Mucho Texto, because it's about 10 minutes of dialogue. Between a bit of walking here and there. Okay. Not a pretty text-heavy area. If you want me to put that in the email box, and then you can take it up quick. Well, that's gonna be like 6 hours from now. Come on, Willow. Good gorilla. So, between the fire ring drop and the charm drop, I have a lot of extra money. I'm gonna hold on to it until I need it, which, I'll probably, So we will grab the deluxe pole here. I am probably going to sort my items real quick to take a look at what all I've got access to, because I'm going to have to sort again anyway. This rod. You know what? Going to buy that iron mail now. Trade one iron AR, correct, and then a backlaw. Okay, I do need to sell some of the stuff here, but it's 300. I definitely want to sell the Waisu. And I think we'll sell the charm here, or the ring, one or the other. We'll hold on to the other one for later. Yeah, I'm gonna kill you. Don't need to, actually do any of that equipment stuff there. I could still be in the older armor, and this fight's 100% safe. I just want to take a look at my money to kind of figure out what I wanted to sell after this. Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm supposed to go do this isn't the dialogue I thought it was. It's the first trip, which means it's to Wildcat from here. God, the translation on this is... It sure is something! Still need to buy the bronze staff and the backlaw for Cat, too. Alright, so we're gonna go grab Rand, Sten, Cat here. It sounds like it's a dungeon area, but this one actually is not a dungeon. But I gotta be very careful here, actually. I think I'm gonna hit the camp first, do my party, and then save. Boo, 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 boo. Okay. Randstand Cat. Okay, we're good here. We do need to save here, just in case. We're gonna need a Death Warp later, so the save here is incredibly important. Why am I walking? I don't... What do you mean? That guy has 1 agility, so running should be guaranteed. Annoying. I should not be doing it this way. You know, sub 6 would probably be possible if we deleted all the dialogue in this area. Just here. There's some other places where it's really bad, but this is the worst spot. Of course. That's not a problem. I didn't get poisoned, so we're fine. Okay. Gotta make sure to do that right. If you're not on the dock, you won't get on the boat. And if you start spamming with Rand there, you're gonna end up having a very bad time. Because he'll bonk, and then you get another 50-50 on whether you get an encounter or not, which is super annoying. Alright, so we're gonna go turn in the ring here. And I'm gonna take a quick break, because there's stuff I gotta do. slow walk. Don't worry about it, brother. I'm not in the middle of nothing.
Hey, buddy. What's up, good girl, Willow?
Oh, buddy. My stress relief daughter has come to relieve my stress. She's a good girl. You good puppy, huh? Oh, yeah. Anyway, so this area does have a bit of time save and loss. The big one is ideally we don't hit 23 AP before we get to until we get to Kuadora, because that means we'll have to use 2 W fruits per boss to get our full damage. Because 20 out of 23 is like 400. Or 20, something like that. As much as a funny meme number is funny, losing out on 80 damage in a single attack is pretty tall ask. Or pretty tall waste, honestly. So I could sell a lot of the lucky drops I've gotten there, like the Charm and the Fire Ring. I'm not 100% sold on it just yet. We're going to sell everything but those 2 items and then see kind of how it goes. At least ideally, we'll sell everything but those 2 items. So we're gonna be doing a cook-off! Woo! Cookie! Cook-off. Cook-off, cook-off! Which means we gotta go in the basement to get some ingredients. A worm, a roach, and a golden fly. The golden fly hits like a truck, so that's why we're already in defense stance. Because to survive the first couple of the first encounter with a gold fly, we just have to survive it. It's very frustrating to try and kill normally, so... Okay, we're gonna come over here. Then we're gonna sell everything, which is... this... Okay, yeah, we don't sell everything just yet. We don't sell the bronze items either. Sellable, Wise Hoop, Kamikaze Deluxe, and then we will trade for stick and trade for shield. Okay, I'm gonna sort here just to make my life easier so I can. Okay, we definitely need some fruits here. Let's see here, we're gonna get 7. That's 10. That's probably enough. Yeah, I think we're good here. We'll hold on to the rest for later. Equip, chainmail, items, sort, change, herb for smoke, put fruit here. Okay, yeah, we're good. A stack of 10 fruits should be enough. Not sure when I'm gonna sell all that stuff, but I'll probably sell at the Fire Rock purchasing opportunity. But yeah. Okay. Get in there. That is not the right button. Alright. Talk to you. Tell me where the money is. Give me some money. Money, money, money. Alright. So he tells me where the money is. I think this actually makes it so that it spawns. I'm not 100% on that, though. It's definitely faster dialogue with the money one. So we're going to head into the basement here. Jump onto these barrels as they go down. The first fight is going to be the golden fly here. This dude hits like a truck. So, yeah. So the gold fly here is going to start, I believe it's 5 turns he'll attack us or defend. He also has the chance to egg beater, which means he'll hit twice. So we're just going to go defense and defend here because we actually can't win this fight. Otherwise, we'd, you know, actually make an effort here. Ooh, wow, we are not in the right stance. Actually, is Ryu supposed to be in the front slot? Ryu is supposed to be in the front slot. Alright, I'm thinking it later. It's 3 turns. Great. 4. Yeah, just kind of separate that damage like a pain in my butt. So I have to think about healing everybody once. So once again, we could take 7 steps before we smoke to min-max, but no matter what we do, our smokes are going to align with us, like, losing smokes on the last tile. So we'll just smoke here and call it a day. For consistency purposes. Great! That's what I love to see. Fucking first fights dragon required. Very funny. Bro, can you suck me sideways? This is ridiculous. Oh, I hate this friggin' game, man. Getting a fight in this room is just ass cheeks. W fruit. Alright, so I'm gonna go 72 steps in this room without a fight, right? That's how this is gonna work? Okay. Pretty close, actually. Let's see here. Scramble, attack, attack, and chop, chop, attack. So for a 2-set encounter, I could Thunder Dragon here, but then I'd have to do a bunch of setup to refill my AP. So we'll use Chop Chop and a couple of standard attacks to hopefully clear this fight in one go. You know, or just everybody could fail to kill. That'd be dope, too. This is why you use a Thunder Dragon. The problem is Chop Chop is random between, like, 55 to, like, 75. So your damage can either one-shot or be annoyingly short. I'm in such an annoying spot doing it that way. We're gonna use the smoke here. What's up, Willow? We're gonna switch back to defense here because the J-Worm hits like a truck. Defense. Okay, we're good on the dragon. Poke Ryu to wake him up. Chop Chop and an attack. Now, J-Worm can counter, which luckily we didn't see, which is why we're going to do most of our damage with Chop Chop and dragons here. That's annoying, but fine. So we go dragon here, we W for Ryu, and then defend. So we W fruit after here so I can dragon again the next turn. So we'll just throw down another Thunder Dragon to defend twice. If he goes one more turn, he'll use Sweet Breath again, which is super annoying, so we want to end this fight quickly if possible. Very likely I'll hit like 23 AP very shortly here, unless I get out of this room with like 1 or 2 more fights. I need to heal, refill, reuse AP here, so if we get into a group of enemies that the fight goes quickly, hopefully. Item, W fruit again. Heal, cure you twice, and then we move. Let's go. So I do know exactly where I should be using smokes as long as I don't mess anything up. This is definitely a Thunder Dragon fight if I've ever seen one. If you see 2 enemies, you can usually take care of it in a single turn. But with this setup, like, it's very hard to kill everything without just spamming a dragon. So I'm going to pause and refill my AP again, because there's very likely that I get an encounter on the way out. W fruit, herb, and go. Should be a smoke tile. Yep. Okay. What is it with this room? We're going to form Scramble, Chop Chop, and Hope. Actually, I think normal might end up doing better here. I'm not 100% on this, though. Could you high roll, please? Thank you! Good grief. Rand, get him! GG! That's how that fight should go. Okay, we got Flame, which is nice, because in the next room, there can be spider fights, and Flame can just one-shot that. So that's what we're going to do here, actually. Flame, defend, defend. Cool thing is I still have an extra Flame in my back pocket, too, so... That's unfortunate that was on the last tile, though, but thankfully I don't have to bother healing out a dragon because of the tile that occurred to be on. We're gonna go this route, then. Ugh! Unfortunate. These roaches have very little defense, so this is fairly safe unless they do something annoying like that. I'm probably gonna stop and heal up Rand just in case. Actually, let's get this guy out of the way first. I do have the extra life pill, so it's fine. Okay, good. Now I get to heal both of them instead of healing one of them. There's no encounters in this room besides the roaches. That's frustrating. Alright, then we're gonna Wise Fruit here, and then we're gonna heal everybody across the board. Both of you again. Okay. So, missing out on this extra damage on the Gold Roach isn't that big of a deal, but I really don't feel like losing out on damage I could have... Unfortunately, kind of got blocked because of my slow movement there. So I decided to change things up, and it ended up with me getting caught, but I expect it usually. Should be able to get through this pretty easily. Unfortunately, I hit 23, which is expected to happen. Oh, man. I was just there a little bit late. If you run into the roaches as they're moving, you can avoid an encounter, so... Unfortunately, it's just a little bit behind here. We're going to top everybody off before we go into the roach fight. Because, golly gee whiz, does this guy have a ton of HP. Got about 2k, but luckily he has 0 defense. So... Wrong. Cure. Alright. Now, I gotta be careful with how much damage he's dealing to me and how much damage I'm dealing with him to make sure I don't throw myself under the bus. So we go attack. Nope. We want to dragon, attack, chop, chop, attack. 127. 59. Good. Low roll, doofus. Plus 512. So we're about 700 out of the 2,000. We're going to auto here and then keep track of the numbers from there. 65. Cat has a very low chance of being targeted here, so I'm not going to bother healing her. About 1,400 in. We should be safe at this point. For 1,700 in, at this point, I'm not going to heal. Okay, so we'll heal Ryu and Cat here. Got it. Luckily, after each one of these fights, our encounter gets reset. Spell, cure, doot. Okay, I need to heal you once then. Okay. Actually, I probably didn't need to heal her, but whatever. I needed to double up on the damage here, because this guy has 580 HP. If I don't use a Max Dragon here, it's not going to kill. Defend and bomb? Greedy. So the problem is, if we low roll... I think that's high enough. If we low roll... So that's 6, 7... I think he's 2 HP short here, actually. And, yeah, that's my fault. Auto. That wouldn't have taken an extra turn if I just used Bomb like I was supposed to. A cure-all, huh? That's interesting. At this point, we're going to be using an N shortly, so I'm not too worried about healing Sten here. I'm going to go down a side room here to pick up the stamina item that's guaranteed in a chest here. Make my life a little bit easier. Because I can use stamina W fruit with the chef to have a decent chance at cooking a wise ball. Most likely see one more encounter in this room because it's so large. Fuck. The chest will not take any extra damage here, so to chop that. Okay, chests are immune to magic here, so chop's the best way to handle that. I think Rand can finish this? I can't believe that was a single turn. I got so lucky there. I was hoping to see, like, a multiple spider fight and just use a flame. Okay, that's nice. Glad I missed a cycle by bonking 6 different times. Oh, wow, I missed 2 cycles. Double cool. So on the way out here, there's actually 3 tiles that have 1,000 zenny on them. So we're going to grab those before we leave. And then we're going to top off our W fruits and smokes for the remainder of the segments. Luckily, with Cure 2 on Nina and Cure on Rand, we'll almost always have healing. Blessed wall money, yeah. I think this is, like, the only place where there's random stuff on tiles. Everything else is kind of marked by either being a bookshelf or a chest of drawers or gosh knows. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to sell you, and then we're going to buy... Should be 5? No, I don't know how math works. So, 2 more? It's a little bit too many, but whatever. 9 smokes. Math is really, really hard. Okay, sort, or change. Okay, good enough. I could have sold that stuff earlier, but whatever. Let me out. Let me out. Thank you. Oh, I also need to put Sten in front, I believe. So form, order, manual. Sten, defense. So Kuadora hits like a freaking freight train. And he loves to hit everybody. Is this the fast? I don't know. I don't think that's the fastest way to do that. Whatever. Talk to you. Today's bien trashy. La da 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 da. What? Oh, yeah. My brain, like, zonked out for a minute there. I was like, what is happening? There's a chef that blocks the bottom door down there, and then there's another chef that blocks this door. You have to come all the way up here to start the cooking competition. Alright, time to take one more pee break, because I'm not going to get one for a while. Jiggle pupper. Jiggle pupper. Jiggle girl. Blessed world money. So yeah, the goblins gave me a charm drop on one of my return trips through Mount Fubi. And then I got a fire ring from the witch, which I opted not to sell prior to this segment. Decided to hold on to it for the fire rock stash of cash. As long as Kuador doesn't flip my flops, we're alright. Although now that I've started using the new Kuadora, it's like, you have to try to lose. Chop Chop, Fruit Ryu, Dragon, attack. Chop Chop, defend, Dragon. Possibly attack or heal. I got plenty of health BLs, so it's not that big of a deal. Probably should have just got a stack of 9 health BLs there, honestly. The Golden Fly. Golden Fry. Kuador is one of the few bosses we need to be in defense mode to survive. Some of the other ones, it's mainly we can just use defense because we're not doing anything but spamming Dragon. Here we have Chop Chop from some additional damage, but Dragon's going to be our main workhorse. So being in defense is the correct play. It doesn't help that Kuadora hits like just an absolute freight train. And he can also hit the entire party for a very significant portion of damage, so it really depends. Really what we need to do is maintain him in Phase 1, Phase 2, because once he switches phases, he'll end the turn immediately. And he'll get his attack off before Ryu Dragons, so there's a very high likelihood that not only Ryu, but everybody will die if you do that. So I need to make sure to do enough damage to kill him, which is 206 minimum, up to a maximum of 306 before he switches into Phase 3, which is GG no Ri. You're screwed. I use the inn, so everybody's at full HP here, so I don't have to really think about much else. Normally you would fruit twice to hit up to 512, but it turns out having the slightly lower Thunder Dragon here, damage, is actually kind of nice. It probably extends the fight a bit, but it does allow us to avoid Phase 3 a little bit easier. Unfortunately, our extra levels don't mean much of anything at this point. This guy hits way too hard. We're starting to fall behind just a little bit. We have decent-ish levels, but not high enough. Luckily, the dragon can compensate for most everything. But I am going to need to focus when I get in here, because this guy hits like a truck. Like I said, I'm going to be doing the math for everything that's not dragon-based damage here, so I can make sure I'm at 206 and not above or below that. We're going to go Chop Chop, and then it should be... Nope. Fruit Ryu here, Dragon, and then attack. Shimmy, that's a bit scary. Yep, that's why that's a bit scary. I think I'm gonna have Cat heal herself here, honestly. 37. 73. 110. Yeah, I'm gonna have Cat heal herself, I think. Okay, so we go... Chop Chop here. Chop Chop, Defend, Dragon. Why am I being so picky? Seriously? I think she might actually die here. Bruh! On the nose? 74. I think Ryu... Oh my gosh. Rand's gonna have to attack, I think. Enough is enough. Go for another Chop Chop here. I need to... I absolutely have to heal Ryu here. As long as he doesn't frickin' doofus me twice, we're alright. Oh my god, triple shimmy? Seriously? That's gonna get Ryu... Oh my god, he barely survived. Holy shit. Okay, I am going to Life Pill, you, item, W Fruit yourself again. Okay, never mind, it doesn't matter. That's enough damage. That gives the 50% target rate back to Sten here. And because of the counter, what I'll do is I'll help BL, defend Dragon. Bruh. Oh my god, the dog farted. Thank god I afforded an extra life pill there. So I still have one life pill. Alright, Cat's gonna be short some EXP, but honestly, wow. Dude, Doodle shimmied me 3 out of 4 turns. Horseshit, man. Absolute horseshit. Well, we survived. I didn't realize he could just shimmy every action. That's neat. And by neat, I mean horseshit. You know, these bosses could do with some better scripting. That's all I'm gonna say. They could do with some better scripting. So we're gonna get Jean back here, which does revive Cat, but she's not gonna be in the party anyway. Well, that's actually wrong. We go, Ryu... No. We'll go... No, yeah, we have to go Ryu, Jean, Rand, Cat. Because... if I try to put one of them in the front, it'll fuck with my party, and they won't actually maintain the front slot for some stupid reason here. And I want to start with Jean, because Jean is going to be the one I need to start with first. At least I think it has to be that way. Not 100% on that. Plus, having Ryu in the front slot's nice. Alright, so... that was about fucking 1,000% too much fun. I had to think about that way too hard. Problem was, I was already in defense stance, so I had, like, zero recourse in terms of stance or formation changing for, like, survivability. Seriously? If I hadn't healed Ryu there, it would have been GG, actually. Problem was, though, is healing Ryu there cost me Cat. Boy, boy. Fact is, that Kuadora outspeeding everyone is an absolute nuisance. Because there's really not much you can do other than, like, go, okay, could you please not, though? And then he slaps you down again. Kuadora, for the most part, is pretty safe, but, doesn't matter. Shouldn't be seeing that many fights. I gotta go pick up Patty. Oh. I thought it... What the hell? Oh, her dialogue must have come up before when I started mashing, so it popped up again. Insert below. Okay, I was right. You can actually move him. Oh, I didn't grab all of it. Lead off, huh? See ya! Fuck my ass! I want to get fucked in the ass! Holy asshole! Alright, 50-50, baby! Oop. Oh my god, that fucking cloud fucked up my perception. Okay. Oh my god. Get me out of here. Seriously? What a frickin' return trip. You'd think I frickin' had just started learning to run yesterday. What? I was holding left! Whatever, dude. It's fine. I wanted extra Fire Rock money. Don't worry about it. Okay. Go in here. Oh, that's right. Oops. Too busy fiddling with my notes. Cat Jinryu. What the fuck? You can't... Oh, that's weird. So you can scroll it once you get all the party members, but you can't scroll it until you get all the party members. Shit, thanks. Oh boy. Don't you love that? When just a little liquid taps the wrong part of your throat and your body goes, "You're dying!" And you're like, "No, I'm not dying, you're making me die." Great. Oh. Feel free to mute me, I'm currently dying. Jeez. Oh. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Okay. Yes, yes, it's time to go. Do you want? Yes, I do want come. Absolutely, buddy. Level 9 bow, huh? Bow, you believe it. And so the fun begins. You think 300 is what he pays them? Or just the amount of money that they have from being stuck here? Fuck off. Two? Okay. I think the last few PBs had like a single or zero in here, so we're losing time no matter what, I think. Could be worse, though. I don't think I saw Ryu gain a level. He's at 24, which means he's really high on the EXP curve. Oh my god, he's a demon! Attack and Durgan. Well, that makes the paladin and farm free, at least. And everyone was freed, yeah. Man. Load-bearing restraints. Load-bearing cages. It's a whole new term to load-bearing boss. Oh, we'll keep something all right. Yeah. Alright. The demon slideshow begins, boys! Eye of the demon. So, we're gonna have to do another death warp here. Fortunately, it's the quickest way to get back there. It's one of the last death warps we'll have to take, because from here on out, we'll either have access to the whale, the warp spell, or the bird to get us from A to B. Thankfully, death warps are very efficient movement and time-wise, but the problem is they absolutely cripple your money. So, like, right now, normally you'd want to death warp back and then go down to the W Cape segment. There's also a nice little fishing spot down there where you can buy fire rocks off of Minero. The problem is, if you do that, you lose half your money when you warp over there. So really, SNES is the only category that has enough cash and buying power after death warping to get what you need over there. Hi, 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 oh, yeah. Getting a bit closer to the segment that I practiced, so things should start smoothing out a little bit. A lot less of, okay, he just murdered my entire party. How do I respond? Help? And more like, oh, thanks. I'm glad you could give me that pattern. Eat shit, dick. So yeah, normally if I had already burned my life pill, I'd be grabbing another one here. But since I was able to afford one earlier, we can still ride on with what we have right now. Ugh. And this is the last story beat for Bo, where he gets the girl and then never travels with us ever again. Okay. So we're going to be picking up our other two party members here, Kat and Jean again. We need Jean to get to the W Cape segment because it's all blocked off by rivers. So we can't actually walk down there even if we wanted to. And moving with Jean is the most optimal thing we can do, possibly. Gotta double check and see if I get my, No, I'll get my AP back when I Death Warp here. Yeah, that's fine. Wow. Ho 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 ho. Alright. I'm gonna go buy a few things and then store all our money. And by a few things, I'm gonna buy a stick rod here. And then the rest of this goes in the bank. I'm gonna do for you, items, deposit, stamina, and then we're gonna coin deposit everything. Okay. Stick, remove. We're gonna be death warping here, so we need to get everything off these two. Forgot to put the helmet on her again. Whatever. Scramble yourself. Hit you. Hit you, I guess. Okay. Ideally, you don't want to leave Kat and Ryu alive like this, but that's just how it worked out this time, because there is a chance of these counterattacks, which can force you in another encounter if Ryu decides to be really annoying about it. And we death warped. Nice. Uh-huh. Trying to avoid overworld travel as much as possible. Because we will get a fight here, usually. We just don't want to get 2. Or we'll get 0, that works too. Cat Sten Nina. Okay, that should be fine. Breath AR, Skawklet Iron, royal backlaw, and then chain, glass, backlaw. Huh? So nice thing is, off this death warp, we get our AP refilled here, which is super nice. I'm gonna need Cat anyway, so we're gonna hop in the hole with her. I had to be careful. If I hold up, I go back up the ladder here. I need to hold literally any direction but up here. Right is the correct direction, but you can only bonk the wall there, so technically want to hold forward there. Now we get a extremely long yap session between the old man and his little dolphin friends, I guess. Probably gonna have enough slots to just buy out fire rocks with those couple of lucky drops. I might not even buy a complete stack of fire rocks. I might buy like 32, 33, I think. I'm gonna cap it there. Very tempting to try and grab the help BL for Cat to get her some extra attack. Or Death Heaven. But I didn't get that much. I don't think it'll be enough to get me a... The thing is, it's like, the less rocks you use, yeah, better. But it also means you get less money later. So, like, you want to see the minimum amount of encounters, but also... You know, items. Alright, smokes are in the right spot here. Okay. Lead off. First thing we'll go to defense, and then run. Lead off is a guaranteed flee, so we'll take advantage of that. No reason to take a fight that we don't need to. Smoke again here. Oops. That's like 4 extra steps. Okay, we were gonna get an encounter either way, even with the extra steps. We won't get another encounter here anyway. So that's plus... I think it's like +3, -3, because I overstepped here. No. This will be 1 extra step. So I have to go 2 steps past the center pillar. Should be good. Ooh, I should also W Fruit Ryu here. Cool. So at this point, since we have Thunder Dragon, we're just going to be using it to its most logical conclusion here. Getting 2 fights in this room kind of sucks, but I mean, I don't know what to say. I screwed that up pretty big. There are plenty of steps here before the next smoke, so I need to W Fruit again here, just in case. Because there's no guarantee that I get to the smoke tile. Okay. We go item W Fruit again. Spell Cure 2. And then we go. Now to Munmar. This guy can hard opens with Horror, which is the same thing as Sweet Breath. It can sleep everybody. Difference is, Munmar can actually physically hit you, so you don't get sleep block guaranteed like the Witch. ideally what happens here is Ryu and Sten stay awake, everybody else goes to sleep. Not super guaranteed though, so... Thunder, defend, Chop Chop, and poke Ryu. We would like to keep Nina alive here so that we can exit with her. Alright, that's annoying. We're gonna go Thunder Dragon, defend, we'll Chop Chop again, and then defend for the rest of the turns here. 5, that's 150, 60, yeah, we're gonna need Ryu to hit anyway. Normal, attack, defend, Chop Chop, defend. I think we could have Chop Chopped 3 times there, but whatever. Frustrating, that could have been a little bit better. We're gonna do some sailing here. Mashing to get out of here. So I can open my menu ASAP here. W for Ryu once. Spell Cure 2 Ryu. And then we're going to get out of here with exit. Once again, we got to drop in the hole here. Getting rid of Munmar is not enough to wake him up. Wake up the grandpa here. We're going to head back down into Grandpa. If we head down, we talk to the dolphins, and they just waste a bunch of time. What we're going to do is just slap Grandpa on the uvula and wake him up. Now we'll be able to get access to the W bell here in the future, which would be very nice. That means we have access to whale movement across the entire globe, which opens up about another third of the map. Up until now, it's been... some Sten shenanigans here, Gene getting us access to riverways. There's some other places that we could access, but we don't need to, so we don't go there just yet. Or we'll get there eventually anyway, so it doesn't really matter much. Gate's one of the weird ones. Since we started there, I believe it starts on our warp list immediately, or it gets added due to some sort of side quest, but we don't actually have to manually go to Gate at any point. But what we're going to do is head back over. This actually will warp us to the dock for the whale. Those little sunken segments that are closer to the sea. And there's actually an elder there that will give us the whale if I go inside the cave and talk with him. And that will give us access to quite a few things. Once we have the whale, we can get the bell, we can get the whale. Whale gives us access to all sorts of neat places, especially one of our strongest party members, Blue, who's supposed to be a secret party member, but if you're keen and you know the game, you can go grab her as soon as you get the whale here, which is one of the things we'll be doing. The first thing we're going to do is actually head over to Tunlin real quick. Which kind of stinks, but it is what it is. A little bit more down, a little bit more here. Healed up Ryu's AP because there's a couple of places where we can get encounters here. These little guys specifically hit pretty hard and they go pretty quick. For Ryu again here, spell Cure 2. Alright, we gotta go in here and talk to the doofus that's running the circus. Because he has the grass man in here, which is Spar, and that is another progression point that will allow us access to even more parts of the world. Okay, good. Tunlin, for now, we can't get anything in because we don't have the mystic flute, whatever it's called. That's actually in High Fort, which we'll be getting after this segment. But we need Spar to get to Gandaroo for Gandalf the tree. Or, as they usually call it, yeah, Drizzle. No, I don't think what you're doing is funny. Yes. Alright. So, he wants us to bring him an animal or 900,000. We don't have that money, so that's not gonna happen. Luckily, we don't have to give him the animal either. So what we're gonna do is head on out of here and go over to Blue's hideout, which is empty, but that will trigger her to spawn in another part in the world here. Okay. The reason I refilled Ryu's AP, though, is the enemies over here are much higher level than what we're currently at right now. So, without a dragon, it's very likely we'll die in a fight here if we get in one. Unfortunately, the whale doesn't really improve our step count, so we're at very high risk of getting into a fight here. There we go. One short. I wanted to make sure I moved properly there. We can pick up a condition up here, which is a decent amount of cash. I'm going to be grabbing that. That's might be one extra fire rock or some other item later, so... At this point, we have a pretty decent chance of getting out of here, because it's 7 free steps plus a few random encounter rolls. As far as I know, the encounter rate's the same on pretty much every tile it just rolls against. But for the most part, it like the encounter rate doesn't like increment up or anything goofy like that. Every single step is the same amount, depending on the tile, I think. I could be wrong. It could just be the same encounter rate, period, for the majority of the game. So we're going to head into town here. Kat's damage is going to fall off, so we kind of have to steal her weapon here. She's not going to do that much damage. We're going to get rid of, take Nina's stuff as well. And then we're going to head in here and pick up the True Mage. Yeah, whatever. We'll pick her up. I was supposed to withdraw my money, but whatever. We'll grab Blue first and then go withdraw it. So we're gonna grab Blue here, Sten, and Rand. Or no, Rand, Sten, Blue, excuse me. And then we're gonna swap Ryu out and put him in the back slot. Rand, Sten, Blue. Order, let's go defense, order manual, swap you two out, and let's go. I'm gonna take a dip by the item store here and pick up our cash. We'll leave that stamina in there till later, because I don't need it anytime soon. Coins, draw, 1, 1. Okay, everything's out. Now we have all the monies. And we are going to head over to the cave. I'm going to leave my items in kind of disarray here because I still have smokes left to use. Lead off means we run. That is an easy fight, but Flame takes a while to actually kill stuff. This one we'll kill whatever. Not a lot of cash, but we got plenty from the earlier segment, so I'm not too worried about it. Okay, equip. So I think I'm supposed to be smoking at the chest, because then that one tile is a higher encounter rate. You son of a snitch. I gotta keep an eye on here to see if Ryu gains a level or not, because it'll affect his damage in the next fight. Okay, we're good. Since he's in the corner here and I just gotta fight, this will be an extra couple of tiles of movement, but it's fine. Head over here to the Oopa and use the owl fruit to bait it out of its hole. We want to bait this one specifically because if you let them survive, they'll give you a cool item. This one in particular gives us a better sword for Ryu. Defend, defend, chop, chop, and dragon. The Oopa here is non-violent, though, so it will not try to attack us, even if we take a little bit of time here. They basically are free to do whatever we want. We'll let the Oopa free, though, and it'll give us a Buster Sword. I am probably going to get into a fight on the way over to High Fort, because we want to go get High Fort as a warp. So I'll be equipping some weapons, W-fruiting, etc., etc. in the next room. Swap, put this on. Item. Wise Fruit once. Cure you. And then I want to use the smoke item. I'm not sure why I have 3 smokes left. I must have not used one somewhere. Whatever. Not that big of a deal. Having an extra smoke is weird, but doesn't actually affect anything. Flame, defend, defend, and attack. The birds, the harpies are going to survive flame here anyway, so I need to do something. I could either chop chop with Sten or swing with Ryu since he just got a new sword upgrade. Should be enough to offset the damage. That right there was a crit, but unfortunately not enough to kill these guys. Okay. Seriously. Flame, defend, defend, and attack. So, Flame can kill the little demon dudes here, but there's no guarantee. I'm gonna have to grab an extra gold here on this platform to my left. Okay, nice. It actually did one shot. That's cool. Okay. Smoke. Come up here. Grab the gold item. And we're good to go. Let me get out of here. Flame. Defend, defend. That's shit. I intended to attack with Ryu there. Surely she'll just high roll here because she's already... Nope. Whatever. Alright, now to High Fort. Luckily, I didn't need to use any dragons just yet. I'll probably use the healing at Tunland. I'll use the inn at Tunland to refill my AP here on Ryu. And everybody's HP going to MC Tuskarusker. Assuming that I don't, like, perfectly do this segment. Oh, flip-flop. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or I'll get out of here for free then, I guess. Alright, well, at that point, we're just gonna go spell warp to Tunland here. I think I'm good on using the inn then, if this is the case. Alright, we're gonna go item W Fruit Ryu here. Let's sort everything. This is getting a bit messy. I'm gonna use these anyway, so this, that, and then we go. Yep. Nice. Okay. So we're gonna mess up Mr. MC Tusk. Big dude here has a bulky body of 1520. He is also weak to fire, and we just happen to have 2 characters that got fire spells. Bleu and Monsieur Monkey, they both know the flame spell. Rand is a very bulky boy as well, so he's a good body chump blocker here. I'm gonna go Flame, item, W for Ryu, turn 1, yep. Flame, and then Dragon. Okay. We do want to use a couple of Thunder Dragons here. We're not going to bother getting him to full power, but it will limit the amount of damage that I'm going to be able to do. 128. $124. Then this will be a 512, putting us at 764. Okay, so we're gonna Flame, Dragon defend, Flame, defend, Flame, and Durgan again. So we're trying to hit that magical 15-20 here. I'd really like to see some crits, but it seems like that may not be the case in this run. That's fine, because that's a single target. Alright. He's at 1,000 damage here. This will do a couple hundred, I think 2? Maybe 300? Because of how high Ryu's level is? Yeah. 8. Flame, defend, chop, chop, defend. Yeah, he's got 1220, or 1,266 HP damage dealt. Yeah, the chop, chop will not kill, unfortunately, here. Even if it high rolls. So we just flame, defend, defend, defend. Yeah, 50 damage is all I need here. Chop Chop would have worked as well, but she'll go before him, so we'll let Blue take care of it. We learned Smoke here, which is pretty dope. We'll get a full heal when Sten leaves the party, but, well, Spar joining the party here heals as well. Heal, that's not correct. Okay. Why are you at high fort? Calm down. We'll be at high fort soon enough. Spar joining here gives us a full heal. We're gonna go Blue Rand Spar here. Ryu does need to have enough AP for a single dragon minimum. The bears in the forest are too strong for anything but a dragon to clean it up. And then the enemies on this island are really too annoying to kill with anything but dragon at this point. We don't really have enough gas in Blue's tank in terms of spells to one-shot anything. So we go Blue, Rand, Spar. That's great. We'll go that. That's fine. And then we get out of here. Okay, it's too far. Nice. We go S-Boom, defend, defend. Luckily, a lot of these enemies will just go down to a Sonic Boom, so we can clear fights pretty quickly that way. Alright, so we're gonna come in here, and we are gonna fish our little hearts out. Want to get Manero over here, so I'm just gonna take my time pulling the bait back. The bait's very weird, and at like a certain point it won't let you pull it anymore. Alright, caught Manero here. Okay, this is why I had one extra smoke, because I didn't have an extra smoke. I'm just stupid. Gold on you, item, use smoke. And then I want to sort my inventory so I can sell everything properly here. What can I do you for today? We're gonna sell Get rid of the herbs here. I thought I had more help BLs. We'll need that later. Don't need that now. Don't need that now. We want to sell everything but a set of clothing here. So we sell this, 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 this. Keep the wristband. This, 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 this. A royal hat, this. Keep the bandana. Sell this, this, and that. And then we go and we buy just a shit ton of fire rocks. 1, 2, 3. Down to 11,000. Yeah, sure. That's fine. I need to be on spar here. Okay. We can run from this. I need to have at least 8. The hell? Okay, it's doing some weird shit here. Fast shoes. Why does it do it like... Why you gotta be like this, dude? Piece of shit. Okay, well... defend. Sonic Boom, defend, defend, defend. Defend. Sonic Boom, defend. Luckily, we still have enough money. Some of these don't actually have hitboxes, as you would think they do. Bro, that's so infuriating. You think maybe you could give me an encounter? Oh my gosh. The one time you want to lose the 50-50, the game's like, nah, you're good. Nah, you're good! I told you, you're fine! Get over here. After a certain point, the rod doesn't allow you to pull anymore, which is super annoying. Gonna buy a fast shoe. Go item, equip, remove, and then we're going to warp to Tunland, I believe? Yes, Tunland. Here, talk to Flute Guy. Shit! That's super fucking annoying. It just became night, which means I have to sit through the entire night cycle. Blue Cat Ryu. So, blue, cat, Sten, yes, order, manual, swap you two out. Infuriating. It just became day when I exited town. I am furious right now. Hello? Thank you. How many fruits do I have? I already have enough, so I'll probably buy an extra one. Warp to High Fort, please. Sten's gonna leave the party, so everybody gets a full heal here. So this is the segment that I have practiced a bit from here on out, so... I'll probably grab one extra W fruit just to make sure that I can be at full AP on Portal. Because being short AP on Portal is not the end of the world. It is not a good spot you want to be in. Being short AP on Portal means you have to use a Chop Chop with Sten, which means he can't guard, so that if Portal decides to be an absolute piece of shite, you're in a rough spot. I want to get at least 9 smokes here as well. I should be able to do that, though. I would also like to grab a couple of help BLs as well, because I don't have anybody that can heal right now. Smokes first, a couple of help BLs, and then we'll grab a W fruit if we can afford it. If not, we'll have to go with the low AP strat for Portal, because it's very likely that Ryu levels up on the way there, unless we get really good and counter luck. There's a war porn meeting. Meeting plan, war. War is good. You are dumb. We're not at Sten yet. They're still in the middle of the war meeting. Alright, time to use the rush. Thanks for lunch, by the way.
Alright, there's this chick, Shuke, and she's kind of a demon. Maybe even a real demon.
Okay. Okay, that's fucking... I hate this! Stop! Oh my gosh, dude. You hit the fucking Z button, it opens up that sub-menu. Then you are in sub-menu hell. Alright. Buy a stack of smokes. How many? 13? That. Grab one more. Then the rest in help BLs, I think. Oh, that's fucking great. Items. Sort. I hate this. Seven. Sort. Items. Change. Oh, I can sell the stick rod here. Get that shit out of here. Sell. Stick rod. Buy another W fruit. And I guess a stack of herbs. Whatever. Alright. What a waste of time. I definitely was fiddling around with that menu about 1,000% more than I should have. Luckily, I have enough healing now. I've got a stack of health BLs, half a stack of herbs, extra W fruits and stuff. We're in a good spot. So right here, we just want to lose this fight as quick as possible. Since we're going to be in the dungeon here, we don't really care. I forgot to put the fast shoes on him. I gotta remember to do that right now. Okay. Got a save load here, or else when we get done with the dungeon, the game will soft lock on the castle collapse scenario. I thought it was on the bridge collapse initially, but I'm not quite sure what it is, but there's some value that's at 1 instead of 0, and it doesn't get reset properly, so that's what happens there. And I head on in here, and now we're going to start spamming fire rocks. I didn't want to sort my inventory, because obviously I just like to use the fire rocks that are towards the top, but it is what it is at this point. I had to sort to get my stuff in the right position, so whatever. I'll need these help BLs later, so... At this point, we're going to need to start carrying at least 1 to 2 stacks of help BLs everywhere. Most likely won't use them all the time, but we need to make sure that we have them in our back pocket, or else things can go sideways very fast. So the bridge is broken, and it doesn't matter, which is weird. I mean, it both doesn't matter in this fight, and it also doesn't matter in terms of I can just fire rock my way out of this. So now that we have a critical mass of fire rocks, we usually have about 28 to 30 bare minimum, even if our money is really awful. The amount that you get can fluctuate a bit based on what lucky drops you get, how much money you banked, how many times you screwed up a rand roll. You can buy a life pill with that money. It will cut you out of fire rock, which probably will only end up affecting the final boss, but since I got one earlier, I'm not too worried about it. We also got a couple of lucky drops there, so I was able to get some more rocks. The weird part is there was an area where my encounters were just absolutely ridiculous, with a lot of first strikes, so we were able to just walk out of them, but that did limit the amount of rocks we got. It's a really weird give and take. Honestly, like, not getting an encounter is better than nothing, or than getting one, obviously, because it just saves time. But if you're going to get an encounter, you either want something you can one-shot before the enemies go, which is, throw a fire rock, dunzo, or the better one is you want to see a lead off, which means you can guaranteed flee from the fight. The fire shoes, or the fast shoes that we bought at the other Manero actually gives us a 10% agility, or 10-point agility buff, which is massive. And it also increased our first strike rate to 25% instead of 10%. So we should start seeing a lot more first strikes, which means we can just run away from everything. There's quite a few smokes that we have to use in here, so I've got to be mindful of my movement and when I go to smoke. The smoke route is pretty much like a step route. It doesn't directly encounter me not being able to or not being able to get in fights, but it massively decreases my chances of getting into fights on every step. And the big one is just a matter of, if I step off, the smoke will have to be used at a slightly different time. And if I don't adjust for that, there's a couple of tiles where I'm vulnerable to the higher encounter rate. Playing this a bit safe here, because I prefer to not see this. Okay. So since I saw an encounter here, I could theoretically just jet to the next door. But I got 7 free steps, so we'll take that, come into this door, leave again. Now I get 7 more free steps, and head to this one. That's usually the only room you see in an encounter room if you see one with Sten. And now we're going to get our party back here very shortly. Sten is going to give the shoes to Cat. Because Cat is much quicker than everybody else. There's only... I got 7 free steps, it's fine. There's only one fight here that we're really afraid of, is the double ostrich fight. Because they are faster than Cat. Until she hits level 19. When she's level 18, she has a chance to outspeed them with fast shoes. At level 17, they'll always outspeed her. So what we are going to do, if we're level 17 or 18, because I'm going to put her in the front to increase my first strike chance by 15%. That does mean that if she gets double tapped, if she gets hit by the ostriches, which usually attack twice, so there's 4 hits that go out, though the double attack only hits the same person, so if one of them targets her, she's most likely going to die. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to Fire Rock with her, and then I'm actually going to Death with Blue. And then if that subsequently, you know, Cat does die, and I have to use Death, I'll finish the fight up with Blue with another Death, guard for the rest of it, and then I'll get her back up and move her into the back row, give up the 15% lead-off chance, so that I will have a Blue that is, or a Cat that is not dead as hell. Because Cat's going to be the fastest one to be able to fart stuff out, so we really want to do that. Alright, so what we're going to do here is we're going to go Equip, Remove, Wrong, and then I'm going to Form Order for that boosted chance. We're going to switch defense just in case. We're going to do this, actually, to reset my step count. That should fix it. It's a bit of a goofy way to do it, but it's just going to be a lot easier to smoke on the tiles I've memorized. Because I did have free encounters there, or free steps, so there was 0 chance I'd get a fight. This is a free fight. Everything but the ostriches is free. And I have enough fire rocks to go around, so I ain't too worried. That's a bit annoying. That'll lower my damage on Portal, so I will have to definitely use a W Fruit. Let's see here. Lead off, which means we can run here. Now, if I remember right, the smoke tile is here. Yep. Okay. I remember my smoke route. GG. It's almost like the practice was worth it. Throw out another Fire Rock here and defend. Once again. I believe these flames are resistant to fire style, or fire elemental attacks. That's free money. Nice. I gotta be aware of that, though, because that will also screw up my equipments. So I've got to be wary when I'm putting accessories on that I don't forget that exists. These guys will always go first. They either defend, flee, or attack. Those are their only 3 options. So I'm okay with this. Let me see here. Was there another smoke? I do not believe there's a smoke in this room. Okay, this is the one I'm a little bit worried about. We're level 17, so there is a good chance they'll outspeed here. Defend, defend. That's 1. We should be fine, yeah. So I use the death there just in case, because they can double hit, which means they can knock Cat on her butt. And I'm not, you know, too hunky-dory on that one. Alright, we are gonna top off Ryu here, because Portal has a shit ton of HP. You know, we can use the Chop Chop strat. It's fine. You know, as long as he doesn't Typhoon, it won't be an issue. We want Blue, Cat, Sten. So we want to go this order. Swap you 2 out. I need to put the shoes on Ryu. Wrong. Remove. Fast shoes. Everybody's HP is fine here, so we're good. Okay. So this can either be the easiest fight or the most painful. So we'll W for Ryu here. Defend. Chop Chop to top off the damage here. And Dragon. That'll help compensate for being slightly lower level here. Alright, that's still fine. Alright, we're definitely good here. Now we're just hoping the rest of the attacks don't go at Cat, honestly. But we do have an extra life pill, so it's fine. W Fruit Ryu again, W Fruit and Help BL Ryu. And then we Dragon again. So this W Fruit will be before our attack. So our Thunder Dragon will be at full gas here. Help BL just in case he decides to Typhoon, which he did not. Yep, see you later, Cat. Sten should go before, so I'll revive Cat so she gets the extra EXP here. And we'll buy another, Oh, that's... We can't do that then. That's fine. We're just gonna have to deal with it. Dragon. This is gonna be a bit unfortunate. Cat's level is gonna be a bit fucky here. But it's a good thing I decided not to stall out here. This would have killed me, 100%. I don't have Renew here. I have to use a life PL, I think. Because I want her to get the EXP from, Whether or not I'd done Chop Chop, that would have ended the same way, I think. Okay. I'm gonna get Cat back up. But, not too happy about Cat being dead twice here. That's really gonna screw with her EXP. But, such is the way of life. Item. We do have the Skull BR, which will allow me to buy, some form of healing. So we're gonna sort here to bring everything back up to the top. Help BL, and then that let's use those herbs. Doot, and change this outfit. Okay. Okay, so we go 7 steps in. We'll just leave Ryu in the back, because there's very low chance that I get a fight here. I could leave. This is probably the only room I'll most likely see an encounter in. Okay. Some of these rooms are fairly short, so you can get away with murder. We're already filled up his AP, so we just go here. Shubke is a pretty safe boss fight. I'm gonna sell that Skull BR and pick up a, life pill in Tunlin. Actually, we're gonna buy life pills in Tunlin anyway, so it's okay. Ideally, I would have used a life pill, revive Cat, stalled out a turn on Ryu, and then used the Thunder Dragon after. And what I would have done is I would have W-fruited Ryu, which means he would have died that Typhoon, and then I wouldn't have been able to finish the fight because Ryu would have been dead, and I used my last life pill on Cat. So, let me see here real quick. It's W-fruit, Ryu, and then we defend, and Dragon. I don't know why I'm looking at my notes now, because I was doing this fine without my notes yesterday on my Game Boy Advance in a completely different room. So it's defend, W-fruit, Dragon. So Shubke is a pretty safe fight. Her scripting, from what I remember, is pretty borked. So she cannot use most of her good moves. This is like the most dangerous thing she can do. But yeah, Cat missed out on a few late game bosses, which really stinks. Of note, though, the EXP number that you're seeing at the end of boss fights isn't like the amount of EXP every character is getting. Divide that by 4 if everybody's alive, and that's the amount of EXP each character is getting. So Cat missed out on, like, 7,000 EXP, not, like, 15,000. Or, actually, 5,000, excuse me. Something like that, which is, like, a level. But, luckily, the way the game works now, it's not that big of a deal. All the stress that I'm ignoring right now is piling up. They do. They do. All right. Could you piss off? Thank you. Oh my god, are you serious? This is the room you start in? Okay. All right. So, give myself a favor here and do that. Pull you up. All right. Okay, now we warp to Toonland. Warp to Tunland. Remove fast shoes from Ryu. Give fast shoes to Cat. Put Cat in front. Okay, maybe. Fast shoes from Ryu. Fast shoes. Remove. Fast shoes on Cat. We're gonna get rid of this damn thing before this is a problem. But I was supposed to talk to Granny, my bad. Shut up! Okay, I'm gonna sell this right now before it's a pain in my ass. Where is it? Get that out of here. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to change my party order too. Blue, Rio Sten. Order manual swap. So the degenerate grandpa we have to talk to here is, bruh. Has to be talked to by a female. Since Blue is a hidden character, I don't think they gave her the flag properly. So the only two that work here is Kat and Nina. Ah, damn it! Thunder defense. These things aren't going to go down to a fire rock, so we Thunder Dragon here instead. Guess it didn't matter anyway, because I leveled up. So we're going to go to the Mount Moriah Beach here. Oh, yeah, you got to actually hit the enter button. That's great. 1, 2. Ended up coming with some cues for these segments. You could also use smokes, okay, as Ryu to clear up some of these fights. Gonna grab the dragon here. Just in case I have to use a dragon again on the way out of Tunlin. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-dow. Do-do-do-do-do. Alright, so we got the old man. Now we're going to exit, work back to Tunlin, and then come back again. Doesn't really matter as long as Cat's in the lead here. We get the bonus from the W, or the fruits being, or the boots being on. Fast shoes. Specifically, it is a fast shoe, actually. It's not a pair, it's a single. Get in there, please. Thank you. Next time I come through, I'm gonna have to reset the frickin' time warp. Gotta go up here, talk to Grandma. So now we brought Grandpa in here, he's gonna try and kill the fat demons with magic. If only it were that easy. Alright. Fat demons possibly eliminated? Okay. Sure, dude. So we're gonna go back to Mount Moriah. Luckily, the enemies there are pretty easy. Most of them are weak to fire anyway. Even though the fire rocks ignore resistance, they do still take advantage of weaknesses. So in this instance, we're able to use the fire rocks to do extra damage to enemies that are weak to it. But we can ignore having damage reduction or damage removed by enemies that are resistant to magic. Enemies that are resistant to magic straight up won't take any damage from spells. Also, since we smoked where we did, we have smokes on these steps too. And it doesn't matter, because this game hates me. Cool. If I remember right, this guy won't go down to a fire rock, so... Probably should just stall out on this island at some point and just see if fire rocks work. Problem is, fire rocks do get a bit better later on. Because I think they use your stats. I'm not 100% on that one, though. One, two. While you're in the whale, though, unfortunately, your smoke tiles do get used. Which is fairly obnoxious, but it is what it is. I'm not going to use the fountain yet, because I don't need dragons for anything on the way up the mountain. So we'll heal up once we get pulled back down. We're gonna need Sten to climb here. Luckily, the fast shoe boost is based on who is in the lead of your combat order, not who's in the lead of your marching order in the overworld here. So that will make it so that Sten here doesn't have to have fast shoes. It's Kat, since she's in the front. I think that was one step too many. Whatever. This is annoying. We're gonna do Fire Rock, and if I remember right, Death works here. Just because I don't want to Fire Rock and then run, forget about it. Oh no, wait, it's attack, I think, kills here. No, we're Shuya. I could just Fire Rock and then run there, because the statue is actually, low agility, but I'd rather do that and get my money back out of the Fire Rock I'm wasting. Okay. Grab the flame sword there for some extra cash. Now this I'll run from. If it's just a statue like that, you should run. Especially when you have a lead off. It's guaranteed run. Okay. I don't know if I would have avoided that if I hadn't moved like an idiot. That was so frustrating. That's the first time I've got caught there, I'm gonna be honest. Alright, so now we can warp back to Tunlin here. And we'll have to do some equipping / de-equipping. Oh, yeah. The ladders are very funny, too. And by funny... Alright. Equip Sten. Give you the Iron Mail here. Take the fast shoot off. Put that on blue. Spell warp me back to Tunland. Yeah, I gotcha. Those fucking... The ladders are like, hello, game, please? Why is this Yep. Yep. This is the most annoying part, too. You could use the N here, but it'll cost money and waste time. It's a little bit slower than that, so we're gonna go Blue Rand Cat. Because we are going to be doing the grind. Order manual swap Jutsu out. Switch into defense. Okay. Now we need to spend. Sell. Okay. We're going to get rid of some of the extra garbage here. Some bronze items and some chainmail. Alright. Flame sword. I should have bronze stuff to sell here, actually. don't think I ever upgraded his equipment like I was supposed to. We'll buy, let's see here, 19 smokes, 1. Gotta buy 2 urchins just in case. We'll go 4 life pills, 2 of these. 40. Boop boop. Okay. Yeah, I'm good with that. Alright, so we can go equip. Urchins on, spell, sort. Sort. Keep these for that for now. Okay. Alright, time to do murder.exe and the queen. So this is the forced grind of the game. Considering Kat has gotten her shit clapped by, like, 2 different bosses, I'm hoping we see a surplus of fatties and possibly even a couple of power meals. That would be dope. You can use the mirror item here to warp out, so I gotta be careful when I'm menuing. We do have some herbs. I'll sell those later on. For now, they're a decent backup strat if I have to heal. We have to kill everything in here. So we're gonna Sonic Boom this set of enemies. Because these little fluff balls will outspeed Blue until she gains a level. Cat getting a level, finally. Each one of these rooms we have to take at least 1, if not 2 fights in. So I'll be stalling out at most every door because the encounter rate is so low. Ideally, we don't want to see any of the fluff balls until Blue is leveled up. Or if it's a lead-off encounter. Just... I was on the tile with the door and I still hit up. What a doofus. Yep, the encounter rate in here kind of stinks. Alright, S-Boom. We're gonna defend, and then attack with Cat. Cat will hit before the fluff balls and kill them. I would rather do damage to them and have us use the animation instead of them, even though their animation's a little bit quicker. Because if they do hit me... Wait, what? Yeah, okay. I only did 1 fight, that's what I was thinking. Good thing I had the map open, or else this had been a really silly thing. We're gonna S-Boom. So we bought a absolutely ridiculous amount of W fruits, so we're gonna be using those to refill both Blue and Ryu's HP as needed. Ryu is gonna be spamming dragons in the second half. As soon as we see anything more than a single fatty, we are gonna be using a dragon on it, because it's gonna be very hard to get through all of its HP otherwise. We're gonna go Sonic Boom, defend, and attack. Once again, like I said, I'd rather take less damage here, because then that means I'm gonna have to fiddle around and heal up the characters. Luckily, these are the only things that can really outspeed us at this point. Cat hits level 21, that's nice. I still have to do 2 fights in that room, so we'll go for the other one on the way to the next room. Sonic Boom. We're probably going to have to heal here. Defend, and attack. Gotta remember that first slot has a 50% chance of being targeted, so Blue is very likely to get hit here. And we also want to leave her up front because she has the fast shoes on. Alright, now she can outspeed everything, and she has Fireball, which will be great for later segments. It'll mean I can use Fireball instead of Fire Rock in certain conditions. We're gonna go Flame here, defend. She can outspeed now, so it's fine. We have to switch to Flame here for the goos, sludges, whatever you want to call them. S-Boom is not enough to kill them, so... Lucky Candy. We'll be giving that to Ryu, probably. So Lucky Candy will increase our critical rate, and Ryu's final weapon will start hitting damage cap. So the Lucky Candy will further increase that damage, so that he'll do far, far more. If we see a power meal, it's going to Cat, though, because Ryu's going to hit damage cap at most every situation. Okay. We will need to refill Blue's AP, but I'd prefer to do it once we get to a point where we're kind of out of juice, not prematurely, or if her HP is low. And at this point, since nothing can outspeed her, it's going to be a matter of healing her up once we get past the encounters in the red side, because the blue side, the fatties can go first, and they hit relatively hard, so... At this point, nothing can outspeed her here. It's just a matter of whether she has enough AP to kill everything. Flame. Which she's going to be running out very shortly. This will help shore up Cat's levels, though, after having those deaths in the boss fight. Those boss fights, rather. Okay. We can't, if it were anything else here, I could fight these guys. The goos take pretty much the whole party to kill, so this is just extremely much faster to fire them like that. We have 3 fights left before the red side's done, and then we can move on to the blue side. So I'm gonna finish this out first. Ideally, we run into a fight on the way to the door so that we can save some time. You know what? We'll auto, fine. I think Ryu still outspeeds the leech. I'm not 100%. Yep. Okay. It might be faster to S-Boom. It probably is. Just trying to save a little bit of AP here because it's getting a bit slim pickings. Because each one of her spells costs, like, either 11 or 12 when we're using these spells in particular. Okay. Ryu just leveling up here is pretty nice. Because that means when I heal his AP, it'll be at max, so we're not going to be short damage on the dragon. I will have to use a W fruit to top him off, though. Use that lucky candy while I'm at it. Get out of the inventory. Yep. Alright, red side's done. Now we gotta go into the blue side, so I'm gonna do some pre-prep before we wander in there to make sure nothing silly happens. W fruit 1, 1, 2, 3. Will help BL. And then, oh gosh, I'm gonna go all the way to the bottom for that lucky candy, aren't I? Okay. So we got a lot of, the same amount of fights on the blue side here. We're gonna go Flame, wrong, Thunder Dragon, defend. So, we split the difference here because sometimes the fatty runs away like that, and that means we don't need the dragon. So it's better to just rely on blue to finish everything up than worry about the fatty. No fatty so far. Besides the one that jebaited me. Rough. Probably gonna have to heal her AP again, but we can do it after we have to spam a dragon with Ryu. Alright, we go S-Boom here. Thunder Dragon, defend. I'm pretty sure the little guys can outspeed Ryu here, so... We're gonna have to look at both the animations, but it's better than all 4 of them taking a swing and having to heal everybody up here. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 fights. Oh gosh, I forgot about this. Go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Didn't need that last one, but whatever. Just menu quicker, dude. Don't think about it too much. That's why you got extra stacks of help BLs. Defend. T-Dragon, defend. Ideally, they both say here, and the Thunder Dragon one-shots both of them. Nice. So that's 3 fatties so far. It's pretty good. I need to make sure to top off the dragons here so that I can one-shot fatties. 40 out of 43 is still enough to kill the dragon if I use a flame or a standard attack. But Ryu's going to be leveling shortly here, so... we go, W fruit. It's very rare that we run into just fatties. But when it happens, it does stink when you make that bad call of only healing to 40 AP instead of 43. I'll stop and heal up his AP again if he gains another level. Okay. Okay, that's what I thought was the case. I needed to double check. Each one of the areas, the little guy will go to sleep. Wait, no. We have to actually... This is so stupid. S-Boom, Thunder Dragon, defend. I didn't fully heal the dragon here, so I need a little bit of extra damage to top it off. Worst case, this plus S-Boom doesn't kill him, we just have to auto. Okay. Ryu leveled up here, so I can't shortcut his AP refills anymore. There we go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. And that should be enough for the rest of everything. Let me get out of here. I should not need to heal up blue again at any point. Flame. Thunder, defend. Boo. That's fine. Not having to refill his AP is preferable in some situations. Oh wait, no, I'm supposed to go over here. Oops. 2 more fights here. Alright, dragon 100% kills here, so we just dragon. Alright, we got a decent amount of fat bodies. That will push Ryu's level up a bit, so that we're gonna always have to triple fruit him, but it could be worse. Because this will help supplement Cat, who's lost quite a few. Probably is about a level behind because of dying in both Kuadora and whatever else. S-Flame. Attack. Oopsie. Run? Nice. Okay, that was a silly mistake to make. W fruit. 1, 2, 3. Get out of here. I could be healing with Rand, but it's just faster to use the help BLs. And I want to have 2 stacks later, so this works out anyway. Thunder Dragon. I could have, and what well, with the defense, that actually changes things. What you can do in this situation is you can scramble auto, but with defense, I don't think I would have been able to kill. So that's a bit frustrating. But, when it works out, I guess. Item, Okay, we got 4 fights left. We should be good to go here. So this is where we go scramble auto. If he runs, he runs. If he doesn't, he doesn't. Unfortunate. That still counts as a victory, so whatever. I'd have preferred to have him stay, but you don't always get the good luck, you know what I mean? Defend. That's 2 missed fatties. What a way. Got 4 fights left. S-Boom, defend. Ideally, we see a pack of like 3 fatties here. That would be super dope. But it's probably not going to happen. Okay, auto. Ryu being at full AP here feels kind of weird, but it is what it is. Huh. I don't know, PX. I don't know. Maybe it is considered a form of shock therapy. Yeah, I should be using flame, so it's, I'm burning the fat off instead. Alright, so we grab the therapy pillow, we hit up the inn here, we're gonna grab a new party, and then we're gonna sail back to the beach and use a smoke to get to Gandaroof. We have pretty much all that we need here. I'm going to reorganize my items here to make my life a little bit easier. That should be fine. What I should have used was the herbs, actually, but they were way out of the way. So Blue is going to be our rock from here on out. Kat's leaving the party. She'll come back later. But we wanted to make sure we had our endgame party here for this grind, because it's like, we have to get like a ridiculous amount of EXP here, but there's really no benefit to having a different party other than the one we want in the endgame, because like, none of this stuff is really dangerous enough to truly threaten even a bad party. The only downside is like, Kat doesn't have a good weapon right now. So she's really just kind of coasting off the fact that her stick hit hard, or she hit hard. But she's definitely not in... It's very tempting to just avoid the heal here with how my equipment is, but it's fine. Having to heal here after maxing out his AP feels really bad, I'm gonna be honest. Alright, so we're gonna go for Blue Rand Spar here. Then we're gonna head over to the beach. Okay, change. Blue, Rand, Spar, yes. Order manual swap D2 out. Go back to defense stance, and let's go. I was supposed to smoke outside of Tunlin. Whatever, didn't get punished. So any of those rocky enemies have 1 agility. So we have an extremely high chance of ducking them if we go for a flee. Fleeing in this game is dependent on the party agility average versus the enemy's agility, which is rough. So we're gonna go 3 steps and then smoke. Great. How did I know you guys were gonna show up? Unfortunately, the sea bears are a bit too bulky for anything but Dragon Burst to kill here. I'll refill my AP on my first smoke tile. It'll be fine. Or on my second smoke tile. That really kind of is whatever. Oops. Oh, I was supposed to hit L there. I'm dumb. Whatevs. We're gonna take a couple of steps here, and then roll again. Luckily, as long as you, like, slam on the correct tiles, your 50-50 is 0% chance of triggering an encounter. If I'm really feeling bad about my equipment, I can refill my items at the item store in that town. That's great. That's triple awesome. Awesome, blossom, sauceum, blossom. The tiles below the bridge do have encounters on them. We're gonna come up in here, and then I'm going to W Fruit Ryu twice here, minimum. Then we're going to use Cure 2 on both of you, and then we're gonna smoke. Topping everybody off. I will have to Fruit Ryu one more time before the boss, but they're... Actually, I should have just... Why did I... That was a weird way to do it. I actually should have put him to full AP before Ruramel. I'm gonna have to... I'll do it on the next menu. Mm-hmm. Do it here. I don't think so. Where are they? Fire Rocks. These guys are resistant to magic, so it's either Dragon or Fire Rock here. They'll just face tank your Fireball. Which is the same spell, just not an item. and it doesn't get the bonus reduction. Let me see here. Grab you. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. I can heal in the boss fight if I want, I think, anyway. We could fireball those guys, but that's fine. We're at the point where money's going to get a little goofy, because it depends on how many encounters we get, how many first strikes we get. We're going to go fireball, defend, defend, defend. Let's see here. He has physical attack and forget, forget, forget. I think we just go, actually. As long as we have enough AP, it's fine. Alright. Talk to this doofus. Fireball, Tunder, W fruit. Urumel here opens up usually with forget, which will make me forget a certain number of my spells, which is super annoying. We want to go Fireball, Thunder, because we're at full juice. We want to W Fruit Ryu twice here. Isn't that nice? He can either punch or make you forget stuff. His opening is usually this, which is why we start with Fireball. Because now Blue has forgotten Fireball. Ryu is at risk of forgetting his dragon spells now. So what we're going to do next turn is we're going to attack up Ryu, switch to Scramble and swing with Ryu, and then we're going to W Fruit and throw a rock to sort things out. Scramble, item, attack up Ryu, attack, I want you to fire, or W, yep, and then I want you to fire rock. So, this turn, it's a 50-50 as to whether he makes us forget or attacks again. We're hoping he punches, honestly. I may have forgotten my dragon spells, which could be very annoying. I still have access to my puppy spells, but I honestly might just attack here if all I have is puppies, because they only hit for 256. You can't do anything. You still have access to dragons, so that's going to be better. We Fire Rock here. I do need to W Fruit Ryu after this. Luckily, any spells forgotten while you've already chosen to do them is not going to be stopped. We could have done Fire or Ice Dragon here, but these still do 512 versus Fire Puppy, which does 256. For some reason, he just doesn't... Like, the damage doesn't translate properly. I am going to be exiting out of here as soon as the game lets me, so I'm mashing on the menu button. I do want to W Fruit Ryu a few times here, and then we got a sort item. We'll get rid of some of these. Yep. And then we will change, move the smoke up to here. Spell, exit. We do need a few bits of AP on Ryu to actually dragon some of the tougher enemies. We're getting to a point where not everything will go down to fire rocks. I'm pretty happy with the amount of double fruits I got right now. Having 2 stacks of HBL is good too, because that'll give me enough space for some later menus. I do need to smoke in a second here, so we'll be alright. Because some of the smoke tiles... Oh, that's very stupid. Some of the smoke tiles do carry over, so you gotta keep track of that. In this case, they don't carry over, it's just that I got 7 free steps. This is why we dragon, or this is why we pre-prep for a dragon return. I'm probably gonna stop and refill his AP after this. Because if we run into another set of bears, it's gonna really suck. We're gonna risk it. If you can run, you should run. We're gonna go up here and then down. It's a little bit faster to exit the beach and then walk back down off of that same tile. So we're going to head down in here, and this is where I'm going to be giving Ryu his AP back, because we got to go to the menu anyway to use a smoke in Sky Tower. We do have a couple of encounters in here that stink, so I do need to make sure I have access to a dragon with Ryu. Most everything down here, we need to dragon. There's going to be a few instances where I can use a fireball on a very specific enemy, or death if there's only one enemy. So, it's kind of, go up the stairs, please. Thank you! Alright, so we're going to go doop, 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 and then we're going to go in here, W Fruit Ryu twice, and then smoke. I'm probably going to get a fight here. Yep, that's... I would have avoided a fight if I hadn't screwed that up. So the fishman... Oh, wait, never mind. Excuse me? I didn't see the lead off. It kind of took my brain a second to catch up, because I was too mad at myself for catching that fight. That was completely avoidable if I hadn't walked an extra tile to the left. Alright. So we want to smoke here, and that'll get us the rest of the way through this area. Have to get pushed back by the current at least once in that room. All these items are pretty much on the beaten path, so we'll take the extra cash. Especially with the amount of fights I've been able to skip. I'm a bit scared I'm going to be short on money, honestly. Okay, we only got one fight here and we got to run from it. That is kind of nice. The fights here, not so much. I am going to equip Ryu with some stuff here. Frozen Armor, Ice Shield. And then we are going to exit out. Spar does learn exit eventually, but they're just not going to get close enough to that until the very, very end game, because we're going to be toggling between Spar, Jean, and some other characters, just for better options. Like, it'd be nice to use Jean here, but we need to walk through the forest, and Jean can only go around the edge of the forest tiles. Smoke again. I got to rock. I think Fireball works here, but I'm not 100% on that one, so instead of fucking around and finding out, we're just gonna go. Now, this area sucks, because there's quite a few bulky enemies. These guys are weak to the ice chunks I bought, but they have about 350 HP. Even if I use the ice chunk with blue, which I believe uses her magic stat as part of the multiplier, or math damage calculation, it only does around 300, a little bit under 300, so we absolutely want to go that route. I'm pretty certain that we can make it to town without needing to use another dragon, so we're going to come over here and grab Jean real quick. We want to go Blue Ran Jean. Blue Ran. Oh, we're supposed to cycle the other way. Order, manual, swap you two out. Nope, that's wrong. Absolutely. No fire here, only thunder! Yeah, it was a 50-50 that any of those encounters would not be killable by Ryu. The blue chests, I can Fire Rock. The Pollen, I can Hail. The Burbs, the secondary color of the Burbs, are a little bit tankier, so Fire Rock can kill with blue. Usually. Sometimes you can high roll, so you Fire Rock plus attack with Ryu, and that should be safe. The Eyeball Plants are weak to Fire Rock. Fireball works as well. Actually, I should I have done somewhat extensive research with these areas with my previous save file to figure out what's weak to what dies to what here. So this side of the Fog Valley, I'm very familiar with the encounters. Surprisingly, I have done some amount of research instead of just playing follow the leader. In these segments, I've run into several of the fights and made notes based on specific fights where I can do alternate things like Fireball, Poke with Ryu, etc. Here, we're just going to be cutting down some grass, so we want to go to normal formation, attack up Ryu, and defend. With the Buster Sword that we have equipped and attack up, this is fairly quick. We don't have access to flight yet, so we can't go get the, Empire Sword just yet, so we have to make do with what we got. But we will have access to it very shortly. We're gonna bomb. The reason I risked it is you always get a recovery when you get into Rand's house there. So it's not a matter of not using W fruits, it's just a matter of losing time menuing. Which is a very risky strat, because the combat, if it's not just to fire off a dragon and run away, it can take a lot longer. You could very easily lose the time you're expected to save by not needing to menu the fruits. Wow! Ryu is fucking mad today. Lucky Candy was fucking Kino. So the big fight here is actually the, stone golem? Wait a minute, what? Okay, this is still funked up. I don't know why it's like that. Attack, defend, defend, defend. I was hoping that would fix it, but I guess not. We're gonna auto here. This should kill? Nice. So the first rock is free. The second one is not. That's incorrect. That's incorrect, too. Try again. The rock over here is actually going to be an S-Golem, which is one of those enemy types we've been running away from because it has 1 agility. This one we have to get rid of, and it has 600 HP, so... Nice. I think we auto here. Yeah, Ryu should kill this 100%. This is going to be a Thunder Dragon Turbo moment. We're going to go back to defense. Thunder Dragon. Hail. I need a W for Ryu here. Twice. Okay. What's up, buddy? Come here. Up. Did she not crit? Damn. Up. Girl, up. Good girl.
We got a puppy.
Once again, even though this guy's weak to ice, the dragon transformation or spell, the elements don't actually do anything. So we just use Thunder Dragon because the animation's quicker. And it's easier to menu consistently that way. I'm going to grab some ice chunks here and see what happens. We can save the ice chunks for the final boss. There's a couple of enemies on the way to the final boss that would die to an ice chunk as well. Ideally, the ogres or the pig enemies that I was yapping about earlier, ice chunk would kill. But for some reason, they just survive. Ideally, we only use 1 ice chunk here and we can hold on to the other one. But if we have to use both, I'm not really worried about it. Yeah, because Blue didn't crit with either her ice chunk or either of her hails, so this is not surprising at all. Which works out fine, because we really haven't had a lot of encounters. So getting through some of these use items is actually very important. Because it will clog up our inventory in a very inconvenient way in the near future. Because over the next few areas, we're going to be buying up some items towards the very, very end of the game to cook up some healing items to make the final bosses viable and, like, reasonable rather than unreasonably difficult and RNG heavy. So the Gene transformation can both hop over hills and moves 2 tiles per. So it makes that walk to Namada very quick and very safe. This is a dragon fight. I have messed with this fight before. That big purple nutsack is a problem. It's very bulky. Unfortunately, because I have to use the Thunder Dragon here, they're all going to get a turn. You could use a rock with Blue or something to speed this up. We need to smoke anyway, so I'm actually going to Wise Fruit Ryu at least once here and then smoke. So that way I can do something like this. T-Dragon, and I believe the blue one is weak to fire. Yeah, Fire Rock. We'll Fire Rock here. If the Fire Rock doesn't kill, Ryu will. Okay. Took a second there. Getting fights in Namda is usually awful, honestly, and there's not much you can do about it. Yeah, no, a 20 AP dragon, there's no way in hell that would have killed. I would have been sucking dick hardcore for that bad call. The one was just enough to cope on. I don't need to get rid of Gene just yet. We keep going. You did not get hit. We're fine. We got to do this next fight with Rand here. And unfortunately, this mother flippity flop flip flop flop dude is very bulky. So if he starts attacking turn 2, I'm going to extract, which I got from an earlier boss, and full heal Rand and then go back to attacking. Ideally, 3 Fire Rocks is enough, so I'm going to calculate my damage here to try and avoid any additional issues. If my rock rolls are high enough, I'll just rock 3 times and hold the extract for later. Item, Fire Rock. This turn, he always uses a spell, Defense, Mirror, Defense X. 172. We might be able to just triple rock here. What a piece of shit. 174. Yeah, this is a triple rock situation. This will kill no matter what. And that is why the calculator is useful. Because I would have had to extract turn 2 and then use another rock. But because I got high rolls on those first 2 rocks, my damage was high enough that I didn't have to worry about anything. The downside of all of these fights being lead-offs, or just lack of fights in general, means my money is going to be in a very goofy spot the next time we get to... Not only are we going to have a lot of... also want to make sure to heal him with heal BLs here. Because I want to keep his AP up. Or help BLs, rather. Okay. So if I heal up Rand here with his AP, he won't get it back later. Yeah. So I want to make sure that he keeps the AP that he has, because we're going to want it in the St. Eva Church later. The only way to recover it would be to stay at an inn, use a fountain, or go to Township and walk into the main building where you can swap your party members. That heals everybody up. Okay, so we want to do doot, and we're good to go. Alright, so our mother has been stolen, and this guy stinks. Alright, let's get out of here. Okay, we are going to warp to Winda. And we are also going to swap out our party here. We want to get the fast shoes on Nina, and we want to put some armor on Nina as well, so she has a minute amount of survivability for the next few segments. We're going to go Blue Cat Nina, okay. Manual, switch to defense mode. Equip, take the shoe off. Breath armor shoe, okay. Nina's going to end up in the front of the party very shortly, so I theoretically should leave the shoe on her until the smoke menu, but I've already taken it off and we're just going to live with it. That does mean that in the hallway I'll have my standard 10% flee chance, or lead-off chance, but I've got enough rocks that I can just throw Fire Rock with Blue and call it a day. Or Thunder Dragon with Ryu if I really am feeling spicy. The big trick is knowing when to rock, when to dragon. There are some places where you can use Fireball or theoretically Hail. At this point, my main worry is getting extra rocks out of my inventory because I've had such a low encounter rate. Though, that may bite me in the ass later. Ideally, you want to have a couple of Fire Rocks to go into Blueberry or Death Heaven. Because if you get screwed on your Wise Ball cook, with Blueberry, you have to do some very, very unhinged nonsense of spamming fireballs to kill him. And it is not fun. Frickin', you know, 3 Wise Ball Blueberry is about as fun as getting kicked in the dick. So the cool thing is, I still have smoke tiles from the previous area. So, dang it. I still have smoke tiles from the previous area, so this first hallway that has encounters in it, I have the effect of the smoke going into it, so I don't have to smoke just yet. Oh, come on, you little goober. So I still have an extract here, which can be very good in the final boss fight. Ideally, I would use it on the paladin if I needed to, but I didn't need to, so... It is a bit silly having it, because it will make baking biscuits a bit more annoying than it needs to be. But... I can always use it in other places. I could throw it up in the, Necroman fight as well. Up! Come on. Up, up, up. You can chew on your little frickin' cardboard goober. There is a Moondrop in the dresser over here, the only one that we're going to actually get. There's a few different places where we can grab Moondrops, but unfortunately Moondrops are just not the healing item of preference. They are super good in very specific situations, but for a glitchless run, they end up biting you in the butt more often. Well, I mean, I guess it's... Yeah, because the thing is it actually removes any buffs and, or any debuffs and buffs. That's the right way to put it. Did you really come in here and fart, you little gremlin? Then run? Oh, you shit dog. I hate owning dogs sometimes, I swear. So our father is dying of ligma. What is that? I don't know. Okay. So we're going to go to the basement here in a second to pick up the emblems so we can get the Great Burb transformation. In the original game, Breath of Fire 1, the birds were already able to transform into bigger birds. But I think the Nina in that game, for some reason, couldn't. Can't remember why, but whatever. So we will put Nina in the front for that lead-off chance, but for now we're just going to huff it and pretend like I didn't make that mistake. And it didn't matter, so who cares? That's a very silly way to do that. Okay. So we're going to smoke here. We have to go to a solo segment here with Nina. Luckily, from the double movement speed, we can literally just walk around the boulders. I'm not going for the wind robe. I might for the extra cash. I gotta think about it for a second, actually. You know what? It'll mess up my smokes, but I can, it'll fix itself at Evereye anyway. We're gonna go for the wind robe just for the money, actually. Since I've had so few fights. Actually, the wind rope's only gonna sell for like 1,000, huh? I'd be better off taking a fight in Infinity and just hitting it with a dragon at that point. Yeah, that's probably the better way to look at it. So this fight used to be extremely unsafe. You'd have to take some extra armor off, put it on Nina, and then you'd want to defend turn 1 so that you could survive the Guardian here. I believe the script was glitched in the original one, so it could punch turn 1. And then every subsequent turn it had a chance of physically attacking, which was deadly, because Nina is so critically underleveled here. Fortunately, for the GBA version, the script seems to have been fixed, so turn 1 is always some sort of debuff, which doesn't matter, because we're just going to throw a Fire Rock anyway. If it's not going to do damage, then why do we care? So the smoke's going to last up to the end of this long hallway, and we'll be fine. I'm not even going to look at the Holy Shield. It's just not going to happen, not with this run. I might have to cut the Blinded Mail, though, if things go really poorly. So at this point, my money is going to be specifically geared towards either grabbing a ridiculous amount of W fruits or a ridiculous amount of armor. Well, we're going to buy some armor. There's one final upgrade left. Oh, great. We need to defend. You should Fire Rock, and that should get us out of here. Oh, cool. She doesn't outspeed. That's dope. See you later, Nana. I really hope this Fire Rock kills. Okay. So Nina dying there was not part of the plan. Fortunately, it doesn't really matter. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Okay. Another Fire Rock it is. Okay, remember what I was saying about getting rid of Fire Rocks? Never mind. Scratch that. Nina is gonna miss out on some EXP here, but I just don't care. She's gonna be in our party for a single boss fight. I'd prefer she had some extra levels, but it's not gonna end up being that big of a thing. I wasn't supposed to move at all. Oops. I knew it. Okay, fine. See you later. The fact that I got 2 fights in the water underground lake room is just absurd. I've had 1 fight in there several runs, but I've never had 2. Ugh, especially a bunch of things that outspeed my party. Ugh. I think I am going to lead blue fast shoe at this point. Because the next place we're going to go is the basement, the shitter in Evrai, so we can run away, and then Thieves' Tomb. And if you fast shoe blue in the Thieves' Tomb, she can outspeed, it's either the Anubises or the Thieves that she can outspeed. And it just makes everything easier. The only downside is she goes in the front slot, and it's for a single dungeon. But, I don't like dying. Nina is kind of useless, but I would like her to stay alive if possible. Because Necroman can be very rough if you don't have an extra turn to use healing items by the end of that turn. Or, like, have an additional target for Necroman to go after. With its breath, yeah. Alright, so she steals the emblem here, and I have to check the dresser. Thankfully, it's not glitched. I don't know what happened, but I had, like, a couple of runs where when I went up to the dresser, the game's like, nothing here, nothing here, nothing here. And I'm like, bro, what? This is kind of annoying. We have to move around to the side. Luckily, this isn't that big of a deal. It's just more of a, like, this is a pain in the butt type situation. Since we got a nice night, we got everybody healed up here, I am going to swap Blue, or Nina out once we get to Evrai. Ugh. Do I want to switch her out of Evrai? The problem is doing it that way... Well, actually, that shouldn't mess with the character in the lead. Because Kotlin doesn't have a cutscene. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to put Nina to the back of the party. It'll be fine. Swap her out with Blue. Oh, I can close up the Queen map at this point. Oh. I need to get some maps where I, like, rather than having a photo of the actual tile you smoke on, I need to, like, do I just mark it on a main map? Or do I... Oh, that would be funny if I took the individual images and overlaid it in the segment that it's the spot where you're supposed to be standing. That's more work than I'm willing to do, though. It'd be funny as fuck having, like, this high-quality image and then these blurry-ass screenshots from the GBA player just overlaid. So, this is a longer cutscene, but I'd, outside of standing up, I really don't want to do anything. Or need to do anything. So we got a couple more hours left here. I have an appointment at 7 o'clock, so we gotta fucking make tracks, Padres. We got to make the tracks. Alright. So we're gonna go over here, line ourselves up with a mountain range, and fly north. Goes over Bo and Karn's hut, and also goes directly to Evrai. Okay. Gotta talk to Claris here to start this event flag up. We'll come over here. Grab this, and then we're gonna do the menuing I was yapping about. Equip, fast shoe on Blue, form, order, manual, swap you two out, and then defensive order. That is not fully what I wanted to do, because the other part was this. Wanted to sort. I should probably also move my smokes. Change, bop, 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 for the stack of 9, and there you go. So there is a vendor in here that's selling stuff, but we're going to come back and buy things off of him later. For now, we don't need to do any of that stuff, and it'll start clogging up our inventory if we grab it too soon. And on top of that, we have just way too many fire rocks. So the big thing here is in this basement segment, there's a hole we have to fall down. And I'd have to switch off Nina anyway. So, ideally, you just leave her in the front, because it doesn't matter if she lives or dies. The main struggle is, personally, I just find it's nice having a couple of levels in her for the Bando segment, even the Thieves' Tomb, to a lesser extent. Her being able to escape or exit the Thieves' Tomb just makes it so that we need to use less of Blue's AP. The only downside is, smoke here. I'm supposed to smoke when I fall to the bottom, but I'm being silly today. Doesn't really matter. My smoke's probably gonna run out before I exit, so... But you very commonly get in a fight before you get out of here, so doesn't really matter. Dragon this, I'm pretty certain. I think these guys are resistant and have like 300 hit points, so using a dragon here is correct. The other thing is you're probably thinking, well, you gotta refill his AP again, yeah? Wouldn't it be more optimal to use a fireball or a fire rock or whatever that you're supposed to? Theoretically, yes. But, once we get to the end of this dungeon, the, inn guy is like, hey, you should stay in your room, and gives you a free heal, which is dope. There's nothing good on these shelves, just so you know. There is something good on the top floor. It's a hidden fishing rod that only is available in this inn. You can't get it anywhere else. And that'll allow you to fish up all the rare items in the game. We're just going to be using it to grab the Empire Sword and Jet. With the Empire Sword plus attack up, because of how effective it is, we'll be able to fish up the Empire Sword. And with attack up, it'll basically guarantee that Ryu is at max damage. A little bit too high there, but it could have been worse. Gotta enter Cotland here. And this is why we have Cat with us, because we have to have Cat to open up the way here. Because of the convoluted story flag of Taiga having it hot for Kitty Cat. She's a frickin' cretin. So we have to come in here and talk to Taiga. Taiga yaps forever. And I mean forever. And then we're gonna go to the Thieves' Tomb to get some evidence. The game says that we're grabbing the evidence to sell to them. But I think what it is they sent us over there to get the evidence that Evrai is actually a demon cult church instead of an actual, like, church. And Patty is such a... Patty's such a sore loser, she steals the evidence off of us. It's kind of hard to read between the lines with the original translation, because it's very, very weird. He says to bring the sponsor back, too, which is also the other reason we're going over there, to find Patty. Alright, I cannot remember what order the team has put in after this. We'll figure it out. Okay, that works just fine, too. What the heck? Kat and Nina should be closer. Did it? I don't know what happened there. Alright. That's a bit annoying, but whatever. Alright. Do some more lineups here to try and be as close to the target as possible. Alright. Gonna head in here. I gotta try and get some items from the chest here. That's super annoying. Okay. Theoretically, you can fall down here, but we're gonna see if I can just get it the normal way. Nope. Oh, this is gonna get real fun, isn't it? Yep, I need to grab this other one. It's not a matter of money and, like, anything. It's actually a sun mask, which is a very, very strong defensive item. So we absolutely, this is a non-negotiable get. Oh my gosh, I hate this game, bro. Nothing like losing a minute to a frickin' hole that just won't make up its mind. You gonna... There we go. Alright, now we can go. That was fun. And by fun, I mean, like, I've got a hole in my forehead fun. Okay, lead off, so we just jet from here. If you get an encounter on the yellow tile, you can warp to the exit. This is Fireball. No matter what, these guys are going to outspeed blue. If it's just a regular Thieves, the fast will let her outspeed. In this case, not so much. Rot Breath, luckily, is the least dangerous thing. If we're lucky here, this will warp us to the exit that we're trying to get to. If we're not... Ideally, you just take the fights on the yellow mask right next to the place you drop in and avoid these... Oh, wow, this is rude. I'd rather see Rot Breath twice, because it does nothing but annoy me. Ugh. Okay. This is why I don't like having Nina in the front, because she would already be well over dead from that first frost. And she would be missing out on all of this. It won't guarantee that she survives, but yeah. Normally you would get 1 to 2 fights there. Maybe 0 if you're really lucky, but I get the feeling it was storing up its energy on the top floor where it kept screwing with me with a... This is not how the game works. It's not like there's a roaming threat encounter and it goes higher and higher. It's just, after 7 tiles, it starts rolling for an encounter, and if you get unlucky, you roll an encounter. Max you can get is 72 tiles before you have to take a fight. Unfortunately, the game is being very rude today, so it is what it is. We can exit, but we actually can't exit out of these back rooms. We have to walk back a little bit, then use Nina to exit here. We're going to be needing to use her to fly and pick up the Empire Sword anyway, so that's not where you want to go. That actually doesn't let you go anywhere. Exit out. From here, we don't get any healing going into the next area anyway, so... Go up here. That is not the method that I came up with. Here. Landing with a bird is awfully weird, because, like, the shadow actually does not indicate directly where the bird is. It's like a tile up. But it also can force you to have to do it like this. Can I please have an encounter? I need to get an encounter here to trigger the fish to be available. I grabbed 2 baits just in case I screw this up somehow. We're going to throw this on and that on. Okay, not far enough. There we go. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. A-do-do. What? Oh my god, I hate this thing, man. The way that it hooks the frickin' chest is so goofy. Okay. Alright. Treasure box caught. Okay. Return. Let's see here. Empire Sword Ryu. Fast you off you. Fast you on you. Charm Rod off. I want to give you the Skocklet. Then we're going to go form, order auto, and that fixes everything. Nope, I'm supposed to warp. Warp to Cotland. Okay. So the Banana Dagger and Double Whip are straight, just money. We're not really worried about much else here. Yep. So doing the auto here puts Nina in the 4th slot, which will just slide her into the 3rd slot. I want Ryu in the front, because we're going to be doing some physical, some dragon in the actual temple, or not temple, Bando, in the basement of the false church. I don't even know why. There's like a church out in the middle of Bumbleflop nowhere, where literally nobody can reach it. We have to, like, take a bird out there. I don't know if it's supposed to be like a nunnery or something like that, but it is just out in the middle of nowhere. Nobody can reach it. The footman in this next fight is actually very bulky, but we just fished up the Empire Sword, which has extremely high attack. If I'm down bad for money, I can actually sell the Buster Sword and go by the opening town and grab a bronze sword instead, which is like a whopping 250, I think. Let me double check. Yeah, it's 250, so... worst case scenario, we pick up the bronze sword from the town, because we will need to take the Empire Sword off Ryu at a certain point. The big gimmick with the Empire Sword is it casts S-Boom for free, and it has the same method as the Fire Rocks. where it will ignore enemies' resistances. So we need it to possibly kill the Gannets. Actually, is it that the Gannets are weak to lightning? Is that why? Gannet, magic resistance. So fire rocks would work too, I think. Just for sanity's sake, Blink or, Charles, if you're here, can I just Fire Rock or Ice Chunk Gannets, and it'll kill them too? Because it should ignore the resistance, right? I don't specifically have to use Empire Sword. Now, the reason I ask isn't because I want to switch to doing that. That's just in case my brain zeroes out and I forget to take the Empire Sword off. Which is very possible, actually. So we do have some high variance areas coming up. That's why I grabbed some life pills and things like that, because we finally have enough money to grab a few. Ideally, I need these 5 life pills to last me to the end of the game, so... Neat. We lose Cat here, but we also can finally leave without busting the rocks, so we're gonna head on down, I think. Yeah, we get a heal here, good. I actually can't remember, because these are very weird. That, like, you don't get heals in some of these segments. Like, when Cat leaves and Cat returns, I don't know if you get a heal out of it. Okay, we gotta go into the church here, and hope that they're not being super annoying, which they were being very nice, but my movement was really silly. Cat doing cat things, spunking the door. I do need to de-equip Cat after this. Control X. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. Yes. Oops. Okay. So, below. Alright, so we go to scramble here, attack, attack up, and defense. I have been trying defense down here, but I think this guy might just have max defense, so I'm not 100% certain. Shit. Attack, fireball, and defend again. So, once he gets to this point, he's gonna start healing himself with Cure 2 every turn. Ideally, Ryu one-shots him here, and we can avoid that nonsense. We're gonna have to be here for a bit, huh? Unfortunately, normal doesn't really give the middle slot, or the opening slot, a big boost here. Alright, we're good. Okay, we want to go smoke here. Dragon. These guys can be very annoying because they can steal my AP. I also need to be in normal, not scramble here. I gotta refill Ryu's HP anyway, so... Or AP, so it's fine. Okay. I'm gonna W fruit twice here. Spell, Cure 2, boop, boop. Gotta hear this move 4 different times. That's 1. That's 2. That's 3. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah! Was I 1 step too early? I'm gonna be so annoyed if I was. Well, I mean, at least I get to double dip on the dragon here. Okay. W fruit times 2. Help BL1. Smoke. Okay. That's... this is a fireball. Flame would have worked too. That's just a bit frustrating. Okay, everybody's gonna get a heal then. Neat. I'm gonna top everybody off for the boss here and assume we can make the steps. Okay. Nina's 21, that's cool. Alright. Item W fruit 1, 2. Then we're going to cure 2. Boop, 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 boop. Sword again. Change you for the smoke. Okay. Alright, so this fight's a bit annoying. We have the zombies and then the necroman here. Oh, that's not correct. The zombies are a bit bulky and can kind of suck, honestly. Okay, it's scrolled properly. We're good. We're gonna Thunder Dragon, and hopefully they're not gonna steal our AP. Basically how that's gonna go. If they do, yay. So we go Thunder Dragon, Fireball for the rest of the damage, and then we are going to Cure 2 Ryu here. This would be the last time we have Nina in the party, so we're playing this a little bit safe, because they will hit Ryu a few times here usually. And even with, like, okay, I think Sap seals, no, it seals HP, we're good. I'm not very happy with Blue taking that damage, but Ryu has taken 0 damage, so Necroman should be a lot safer. Level 31, which is fine, because that does increase our damage and survivability here. Because we don't need to depend on Dragon, which would normally make this suck for that happening. Attack up, and then we're going to Fire Rock. Sure. Okay. 687. 342. Alright, he's got 1,050 left right now. Oh, he's dead as hell. Yeah, that's... auto. I should have fireballed. Oops. Ryu's gonna kill here, it's fine. Typhoon! Yeah, that lucky candy is paying out! Charles, something occurred to me. The Gannets, you normally use the Empire Sword to kill them, right? You can use a Fire Rock or an Ice Chunk to do the same thing if you forget to de-equip the Empire, correct? Okay. Yes! Okay, good. We need to heal Ryu up to 40 AP. That's correct as well. And then we want to top everybody off here. And then we get the heck out of here. Uh-huh. Yeah, we take Nina's stuff off, we heal Ryu's AP, and then I should be sorting my items. Okay, good to know. right. Yes, you can stay with Tigger all you want. It's fine. I'm sure he'll last a very long time, and you staying with him will not, be a very short-term solution to a short-term problem. Alright, next thing is... No, I don't know how the church is the churcher. It's almost time to break in! Nope. I was, like, looking at it the other day, and I'm like, is there a closer place that I can, like, warp to and then go hit the Armory Island? And then I'm just like, no, there's really just nothing, huh? You just gotta fly it out. There ain't shit you can do about it. That's cool, I guess. Alright. Let me make sure I sorted everything here. Okay. Alright, so we go east until we run into that small island. This one goes south, and then east again. Probably a little bit, yeah, too south. Oops. Alright, go in here. Alright, we're gonna be short cash, I can almost guarantee it. Charm Rod, we'll keep the W fruits for now. Buster Sword there, sell. Sell. We want to trade Brave, Holy, buy 1, 2, 3. That's actually the same amount of money that I have in my practice file. So the only difference is how many inventory slots do I have right now? Uh, 21, huh? Alright, I need to make some space here. We'll up the W fruit count. We have enough smokes. I might have to sell some fire rocks here. Let's, 6 of these. We have enough help BLs. I think I'm gonna have to sell a stack of help BLs here. Get rid of the cure-alls. And that should put me at 22. So we'll go 1, 2, and then 20 of these. That's all I can do, honestly. I would prefer to have 24, but it's just going to be way too much of an effort to get up to 24. I'll double check to make sure everybody's topped off here. I only need to have 40 AP for Ray, so it doesn't matter. I don't know if I can out-level 40 AP doing enough damage. The big one is, like, the 40 AP doing enough to the Archer, honestly. Which is exactly 300. And fast as fuck, so... Being at 24, or 20 out of 24 frisbees does not make me feel very happy, though. Yesterday, the fucking chef was burning shit left, right, and center, so... I ended up selling the extract, I think, which is gonna suck, too. Not 100% if I did or not. I'll have to sort my inventory after this and see. I actually have one extra slot, but making 3 would have been way too hard. Let's see here. AP is correct. HP is correct. Okay. Saint Dickhead. That's what his name is. Saint Dicky-Doo. Boo-doo-doo. Enjoy the cutscene, because I sure as hell ain't gonna. Who's a good little pupper, huh?
You are. You're my stress management tool. Yes, you are.
Who's a good girl? Yes, who's a good girl? What do you two up to? Yes, who's a good girl? Yes, you two are so good. You two are so good. You two are so good. Yes, you were. Yes, you were. You two are so good. You're being good right now. Oh, yeah, I love kissing. Who's a good girl? Who's sucking up to daddy after being a little gremlin, huh? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Oh, you're a big girl, too. Somehow. Some way. You're a little devil dog, eh? Eh. Was Tika not killed himself yet? Oh, shit. Tika's still not up there? Fine, now. I'm gonna keep petting my emotional support. All right. Let me double check something here. Where is my King Barrel? Okay. That's at 7 p.m. All right, well. 5 to 6, 6 to 7. Yeah. If I can't finish from here in 2 hours, I don't know what the fuck if I can ever beat this game. Or at the very least, I can send him a message during Delogany and be like, I might be a little bit late. I'll let you know the moment I'm available. I really have an asinine amount of fire rocks here. Probably could have sold 4 of them to buy more frisbees, but fuck it, I guess. Wee ball. Eyeball. I suck balls. Wait, that last one's not true. Okay, so now we are headed into Evrai. This is the end game, pretty much. We do have a few things we have to do before we get into the final dungeon proper, but this will be the second to last dungeon we have to deal with. There's going to be a couple of bosses here that determine whether or not we get the good ending, which is the standard ending that you must obtain for a speedrun. As of yet, there's no bad ending category. Really, the big difference is you need to kill the eyes guarding your father without killing him, or else you get the bad ending. You also need to make sure to activate the machinery and talk to, what's her name, to get the machinery active to actually float township, which is also another mitigating factor. We're going to grab Rand, Blue, and Cat here. Rand, Blue, Cat, yes, order. You want to be in defense, and go. So, Ray here is basically a glorified cutscene. Not actually a boss. The way that this works is Ray has 256 HP, and in this turn, we want to do 256, and that causes him to do a beam breath that hits the entire party the next turn for a percentage of HP, I believe. And then from there, that will trigger our ability to transform into the Grand Dragon, which will now allow us to go up to 999 damage per shot. We will still be using Thunder Dragon on random enemies, because most of them don't have enough HP to justify going that high. Defend. Oh, wait. I'm supposed to Cure 2 Ryu. Defend. This first turn, he'll almost always hit Ryu, so we want to Cure 2 with Rand here, so that he's topped off and will 100% survive the beam here. Cat being dead for a few boss fights has me a bit worried that she'll be able to survive. I mean, if I underdamage with the dragon, we're fine now. Alright, and this turn he's going to beam everybody, so we defend with all of them. There's no reason to do anything else. It just increases the amount of damage we're going to take. Like I said, Cat's at risk. And she's at equal amount of risk in Blueberry as well. So Cat may die in these next few fights, which stinks. Luckily, the G-Dragon here is a story transformation, so it's free. We'll be getting one more transformation later that's just a story tool, the Affinity transformation. Which really isn't a transformation, it just kind of unlocks the final boss fight. So we're gonna heal up once we get to the next floor and throw down a smoke. So the archers are the next big thing. There's a couple of archers that are going to try and maul us on the way to the final boss of this dungeon. Also, Ray is part of the Dark Dragon clan. That's the explanation for him. We are going to equip. Double check, make sure you still have the shoes. Item. Fruit twice. Sort everything here. And then we're going to heal you up. And you. Okay, item, and... Gosh, I forgot about this issue. Okay, we kept the extract. That'll be good for the later boss fights. You really don't want to do it this way, because the smoke gets lost below the frisbees. Ideally, we see nothing. We just get through here without a single fight, but life's not always that easy. Ryu is still in the front here for the 25% lead-off advantage. Some of the enemies here we can fire rock. Not all of them, though. Some of them we will need a 40 AP or higher dragon. If we see assassins, we can rock them. We can fireball slugs if we want. At this point, I'll probably just fire rock the slugs if I see them as well. That is probably one tile shy, but whatever. Okay. Excuse me? Did I just get through here without a single encounter? We still got some floors left, but I am very confused right now, I'm gonna be honest. The encounter rate on this run has been... at least the endgame. I'd say the encounter rate on my rolls have been pretty good, too. I just spent, like, 50% of my rolls bonking into silly stuff that triggered an extra encounter. Neato. I'm gonna go grab a couple of bits of medicine. I am super nervous right now. Only really thinking about the meeting I had at 7, not dinner. Because I'm a doofus. Hey, Ma! Mom, please don't squish me. I'm a squishiver boy. Alright. So. Oh, there it is. The next dungeon is going to be Gate and Infinity. gate itself is not a dungeon, more of a story trigger. It's the town we started in as a child. And big surprise, that's where all the moving and shaking and moving is happening. Luckily, the guard eyes are a pretty straightforward fight. Long as you go into it with 2 shave ices and enough AP on Ryu to fire pup and use a hail, you should be fine. Worst case scenario, you have to attack a few turns with Ryu before using attack up because your AP was too low, but should be fine as long as you go into it with about 55 AP, I believe. Could have sworn it was somewhere in the notes, but I don't see it anymore. We're gonna ignore a lot of these chests because they just increase the chance of... Okay. I was so, like, neurotic about that because there was so few encounters. I'm just like, my brain is refusing to accept the reality here. Defense, defend. We want to actually use a help BL here and defend. These guys can hit twice, or they can hit once and miss. They hit pretty hard, though. They'll hit for about 500, or 50 apiece, minimum. So, these 2 archers can chew through your HP pool very quickly. I'm gonna switch to normal to make sure that the second archer dies, because sometimes I have low damage rolls, and with full HP, I'm not too worried about it. Normal, attack, defend. Attack up and defend. Yeah, the damage is gonna be a bit higher here, because I'm in normal stance, but it's fine. I need to refill his AP anyway when we get to the bottom floor, so that I can, see what I mean? Defense, auto. Annoying. Even in normal, sometimes the damage is just lower than it should be. I don't know what it is that's doing that. I would imagine it's low levels, but we've gotten an inordinate amount of fatties, and Ryu has died on 0 enemies, so I guess the damage rolls are just kind of cheeks here. We're gonna cure 2. W fruit once. What am I doing? Twice. Help BL, and that should be fine with smoke here. Very funny. We're in defense here. I have no idea how much HP these guys have, so we're gonna drag in here and just call it a day. A lot of enemies here just have more HP than they deserve. Renew's a really nice ability that will give us a full... or not a revive. Not a full one anyway. A revive. We're gonna heal up after the laser tunnel. I'll refill my AP then. It is a bit risky because this hallway may have an encounter. Or it may not. You know? Sometimes you're just good, right? Doot, 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 doot. Doot, 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 doot. Doot, 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 doot. Doot, 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 doot. Okay. And then we go into doot, 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 doot. We want to keep the rest of that for renew, just in case. Alright, yeah. We're good. So the guard eyes here are elementally weak to certain things. Upper left eye is weak to fire, so we're going to fire puppy that, and because they have 538 AP HP, that is more or less going to kill it. The bottom eye is weak to ice, so we're going to be hitting that with 2 shave ices from our non-magical characters, and a hail from blue, and then that hail will kill both the bottom and the upper left one with the additional damage on there. This is the one place where the puppies are very useful, because the elements are still intact and they operate properly. So it allows us to do extra damage to the eyes, and make this fight much quicker. Want to make sure Ryu was up everybody's max HP here, because this fight kind of sucks. Otherwise, we want to go Shave Ice down. AP's correct. Hail and Shave Ice down. Okay. We're in defense form to help lower the damage, because the bottom eye uses fire attacks, and the left eye uses ice attacks. So the other one can hail here, or frost. Or froze it? Freeze? But it can do a lot of damage. So this is why we buy those Shave Ices, and they're kind of non-negotiable. Because of the extra damage that we can get on the bottom eye, we can basically take it from a high-risk fight to immediately being done in, like, one turn. Because the upper left, or the upper right eye just spams Cure 2 over and over again. So all we have to do is attack up Ryu, and then shred it with the Empire Sword. So up left's dead now. This Shave Ice will kill the other one, and we will just switch to our standard formation at this point. So we go normal again to get Ryu his power buff, defend, attack up Ryu, and defend. You may think that it's a good idea to just spam attacks here, you know, since it's the only thing left and all it does is cure, but everybody does, like, single-digit damage. It's pretty much pointless. So we just gotta rely on Ryu to finish things up. Maybe I will remember that it's up and down to swap enemy targets. Luckily, this makes it so that, like, if you're really in a bad spot... okay, that was weird. That you can wait it out and heal your dad up with the eye. Alright, so we've cleaned up the eyes, and now we are ready for the endgame prep cycle. We need to get a couple of wise balls. We've already gotten 2 of them, and we're going to be able to find one more here in the finished town, which is the first time we've been back. We can also find a Dinker in here as well, which will help with giving Blue just enough speed to outspeed the final boss without specialized equipment. We also need to go down into the well to activate the side quest to get it activated. So this is just the start of the side quest, and it'll get us where we need to go. So we have a couple of biscuits here. Or we will have a couple of biscuits here. Ideally, you purchase 24 Frisbees, and every 4 Frisbees will yield 1 biscuit. I'm going to try and set it up so that I can buy 24 after this, but that's not 100% guaranteed I'll be able to do that, especially since I had 0 encounters in Evereye. I can't really think of any spot where I'm going to spend more items, so I may just have to settle for getting 20, honestly. Which means I should probably cut some corners on healing items here, so that I have enough space to get the Frisbees, most likely. I need to get a certain amount of W fruits so that I can finish up Babaruku, which is 1, 2, 3 minimum. Plus the 2 for the Wise Ball Cook, so I need at least 2 stacks of Wise Balls. I think if Cat defuses, we're just going to YOLO run the rest of the distance. And I'll revive everybody when we get to Delagony. And take the few fights to end Finny normally. Not a good idea, but... honestly, being short 5 agility kind of sucks, but life is as it is. The problem is that some of the later fights in the second half of Infinity are faster and will outspeed us, and we do... not only is there chances of us being killed or knocked out of the fusion form, but it also means that our run chance is not 100% anymore. So we've got to be very shrewd with how we handle things. instead of running all the way to the bottom of Infinity and then coming back by warping to Delagony, we're actually going to stop at Delagony, resupply, and then just stomp our way down with dragons to kill everything. All I gotta say is I need a double cook from you instead of a zero cook, buddy. Each one of these is gonna have a slight heart attack on me, I'm gonna be honest. Okay. Alright. Luckily, we do have that one extract, so that will act as a full heal for one character, but it's not going to be enough to totally shift the tides depending on how my damage is taken. Excuse me? Okay, sure. I know I bought 20, so it's fine. Okay, we are in a really bad spot now, because this guy sucks dick. Thanks, asshole. One charcoal is one too many, honestly. We're in a really bad spot now. I'm gonna need to make room for an extra set of frisbees no matter what now. That's really frustrating. Sort. Discard charcoal here. Better the biscuit than the wise ball, but that's still bad. Because I had to cut frisbees because I had too many fire rocks. We're gonna sell some now, though. Let's go here. Grab this. Alright. I am gonna get hosed here, but we'll make it work. As long as he's not too much of an a-hole, I can make this amount of biscuits work. As long as I don't screw anything up on Blueberry. If I get lucky on Blueberry, I can actually save a biscuit, too. Okay, we're gonna come over here. Sort. We got stuff we gotta sell here for sure. Sell, we're gonna get rid of that, yes. Wise fruit, we don't want a stack of 2, we don't want a stack of 2. Selling all these. Trade. Blind shield for this. We're gonna have to do the blind mail for sure. Alright. Rest is frisbees and W fruits. Need to buy at least 1 stack of W fruits here. That should be enough, and then the rest is frisbees. No help yells? Actually, I need to make space for that. I actually need to make space for 2 things. This and this. Buy a stack of this, and then I need this as well. Item, draw, stamina. Okay. We are good enough. I can make this work. I prefer more help BLs, but as long as I don't lose fusion, we're fine. Smile. Damn it! A Chi-Chi... I don't know who the fuck put a Chi-Chi down here under the frickin' this bottom layer so you can't see her. But that guy was laughing his ass off when he did it. Prick. Okay. So we sailed to Gunts. We sold everything but the busted sword. We bought extra frisbees since Doofus had to burn one. Next big one is going to be warp to gate from here. This is a really tight one. 18 wise fruits and 9 help BLs. I have balls of fucking steel right now. Holy shit. We are teetering on the very edge of getting our asses zapped. So we have 3 wise balls, which is the bare minimum for Barbary. And because we have a ridiculous amount of fire rocks, we do have a backup strat. Ideally, I didn't want to sell those 2, but if I sat there and tried to figure out how else to fit things in the inventory, I would have lost a ton of time. At that point, I needed the extra, space for the frisbees, and that was just straight up more important. I haven't used any of the life pills, so we should still have 5, I think. As long as we have 3, we're okay. And we do have the moon drop still, which is a triple life pill in the worst situation possible. Honestly, I'm hoping I don't get any more extracts in the future, because that's so... Problem is, like, you go from, like, 70 or 80% HP to dead in an instant on the endgame fights, so, like, extract is only so useful. It's really good on Rand, though. If for some reason you only want to heal Rand. Or you want to keep Rand up so you can just Moondrop the next turn. Alright, now we're gonna get the heck out of here and then warp to Cotland and talk to the soldier. Spell wrong. Go to Cotland here. So we gotta head in here and talk to the trooper. The one I can't afford to have this goober burn is the wise ball, but, you know, if he decides to burn it, that's all I can do is just go, yay, funny. Go to Township. And we gotta trigger the flying cutscene and a bunch of other nonsense first. What's up, Willow? Who's a good girl? Come here. You look like you were having some fun outside. Who's a good puppy, huh? Honestly, I'm probably lucky I didn't get extra stamina drops, but, luckily, I've done some research on the fights in Infinity, so I have some idea what does what does where, what things can die to death, and fire rocks and ice chunk. Worst case, we might have to burn those items to get down to Infinity, which is fine. I'd prefer to not do that, but as long as we get to Infinity, we're fine. Problem is, right now, if we lose the fusion, I mean, you usually lose it in the scary room anyway, so it's just one map. One map, he says. Alright. Look, buddy. Frisbee, frisbee. Frisbee, frisbee. Damn it! Alright, burn this one, and then we do the wise ball correctly here. W fruits and stamina. Fuck this up, we're done for. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna do myself a favor here and just sort. So this is not nearly as annoying as it could be. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yes, yes, take it. Okay. Because here's the thing, right? Like, you buy this many assuming one's gonna burn, usually. So I just needed to buy more to compensate for the burn that I already got. Rather than rolling the dice. Because if I hadn't gotten a burn there, I'd have been able to just take 20, I think. Pretty annoying, honestly. I think we've... Will you just pick up the thing, dude? Okay. Alright. What a cool thing you can do. So the thing is, I could go buy more stuff. I do have the money. I might just dip by township. I'm thinking about it real quick. If I'm gonna warp somewhere, where do I want to warp? Items, sort, use, dinker. Let me see here. Unite, cat. I'm going to use 1, 2, 3 of those on the boss. So I have 14 fruits. So that's like 3 dragons? Guess I just gotta get good. We gotta come in here to go find Patty. Luckily, this gives us a full refill as well. Which makes this so much less awful than it needs to be. So I got 2 different strats for Babaruku, depending. I don't know if I can PB if he does kill me on the first try, but I will save. Here. Spell. Warp. We're going directly to gate. Never mind. I could buy some more items most anywhere except for Township. Problem is, Township doesn't sell W fruits. It only sells Help BLs. So I really can't get a ton out of it. Ryu, Rand, Blue Spar. Spar, yes. Order. Switch to defense. This is so cope. Yeah. Go, 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 go. This guy yaps. For fucking ever. For fucking ever. Alright. I'm gonna go take a quick pee break, because it's gonna be one of my last chances to do that. So. And punch you. All right. So this doofus right here can do one of two things. He can either start spamming extremely powerful spells that will end my freaking existence nigh immediately, or he can just spam Sap or Drain, which can actually turn into spells, but not always. So we got like a half hour to an hour left here, depending on how things go. But most of that menuing is a good, like, 20 minutes of nonsense. Going from A to B to C to D. We leave the shoes on Ryu, because it really doesn't matter here. Blue is always going to outspeed Mr. Doofus here. Especially with the Dinker. I think she's level 38 right now, which is just standard. She'll probably hit 39 before the final boss, thankfully, because of the way that we do things. So we're going to want to Gold Dragon and boost Ryu's attack and start spamming some W fruits with everybody else. Okay. We're gonna go Gold Dragon, W for Ryu, attack up Ryu, and then we're gonna find out whether this is doable or not. I'm hoping we just see a bunch of frickin' drains here, because otherwise it's gonna be really tough. Okay, good. Whew! That makes this a lot easier. So Ryu is going to lose a little bit of HP here from the fruit spam. We're going to go normal, attack, drop another fruit on him, drop another help BL, and then we'll throw a fire rock with you to speed things up a little bit. Okay, we're good. This is absolutely 100% safe then. Oh. Okay, so we just go dragon to... It's fine. So, because of that crit there, we're just gonna kill with 2 dragons and 2 attacks from Ryu. We didn't really need to use fire rocks at all. Unfortunate-ish. Okay, Spark learns exit here, which is nice. Because that'll let me walk in, exit back, and not use any of Spar's AP. Alright, now we gotta talk with Ma. Mom's been blocking the hole for years at this point. So we're down to the last 2 boss fights. Blueberry is pretty scripted because of the way that we take the fight. It's just going to be G-Dragon, Biscuit the entire party, and then Wise Ball Ryu, and then repeat until he dies. We'll be a little bit short of damage, and he can counter a physical attack, so I'm just going to use Bomb with Blue once we get to that part where he's going to die on that turn. If we get really lucky and we get a couple of clutch dodges, we can use Help BLs to heal instead. Fortunately, those would be on the other side of Delogany, so we can jet through this whole portion. The reason we fused up Cat is to goose up her speed, and with her current speed plus Fast Shoes or Wind Robe, She'd be fast enough to outrun pretty much anything in here, minus the Gannets. We want to hit defeat here, or else we don't get the good ending. The Gannets have max agility for some reason, so you're back to YOLO running if you do run in that circumstance. But the setup here is we're going to try and run down Infinity with Cat's fusion instead of doing anything else. It is a bit risky because if there is like a weird bug with the game where you can't actually achieve max run chance, and there's like always a 1% chance you fail a run. But luckily with GBA, she's usually so bulky that you're alright. Huh. I never noticed she was in the middle of 2 tiles. They went out of their way to code that, huh? Interesting. I guess they must have set that as their X coordinate or Y coordinate or whatever. The middle of that. Intriguing. Anyway, we're going to head into Infinity here and then exit again. We'll be using Spar's AP this time instead of Ryu's. Or Blue's. We'll be getting a free heal once we get done with the Infinity stuff. Or worst case scenario, we can get a heal in Delogany on the way down to Infinity. We gotta go hard or go home here though, so spell Spar, exit. All I want to do is make sure Ryu's at max HP, which everybody is, because Doofus just kept spamming Drain, which is fantastic. Rand, Ryu, Blue, Cat. Cat, yes. We're going to switch to Scramble, Order, Manual, swap Jutsu. And then we go. The only thing I need to do right now is I got to bum the shoes to make sure she can run consistently. Uh-huh. And then I also want to sort, change you, and then grab this smokes. Excuse me? Where are my smokes? Okay, that's frustrating as fuck. I know how to fix this, unfortunately. I could have sworn I bought a stack of smokes. I must not have. So we're gonna go spell... Captain. Since we're gonna have to warp anyway, I might as well warp to Captain. Doesn't matter really where I warp. First thing is a stack of 9 smokes. I don't know why I don't have any. I'm kind of annoyed about that. Buy 9 stack, stack. Actually, we can top off here then. A little bit more than I should have. Yep, just give me everything you got. 4 life pills, huh? Whatevs. Back to gate. That's a bit unfortunate that I made that mistake. Good thing I caught it. Getting down Infinity without smokes would have been fucking catastrophic time loss. Though I don't know if that was any faster, unfortunately. Items, sort, change, grab my smokes from here, and then we'll make a save here. Alright, we'll just do this in one go, 100%. First try, baby. I won't have to stop by Delogany to refill my stuff at all anyway, no? I guess I can sell some stuff to get my, life pills, though. I probably should buy some more if I have to use any here. That's wrong. Wrong. There we go. Okay, now we go. That's annoying as fudge. Kill, attack up. Ryu here, defend. These guys hit like a truck, so I want to make sure they're dead. Absolutely dead. I am not doing this with 2 of them alive. It's not worth it. You, attack you, defend. kill the other one if it's still alive after this turn. Okay. Defend. Great. Googly fucking moogly. This might be a bit more annoying. Okay, good. Alright. Cat should be able to survive this. Defend. Okay, that worked out great. He can't... Uh-oh. That actually... That almost killed... See you later! Okay. Don't need to heal her, but I do need to grab the Empire Sword. See you later! Now we just run from everything. Like an absolute coward. That knows the discretion is indeed the better part of Valhor. See you later. Wow, they're just... nothing but knights, I guess. Smoke. Oi! You freaking my dickin'? I love smoking and then having an encounter one tile later. Jeez. Haha! No! I need to switch to defense, too. Next time I'm in battle. Okay, smoke. Now, this is going to get a bit fucky because of its defense. I need defense boost just in case, because if she does fail to run, she should be able to survive most anything. But, in Scramble, she's most likely going to get Scrambled easily. Alright, the next smoke is, I believe... Okay, we want to get to the bottom right corner of this room, if I remember correctly. That should be more than enough. That's extra smoke tiles, honestly. That actually works out fine, because that'll make sure I have enough smokes to the next stairway. Taking those extra 2 steps. Because you normally run out of smokes right before here if you do my smoke route, which is not correct. Not the correct one. But that'll let me get all the way down this stairway on smoke. And I believe it's... yeah. Because at this point, the smoke kind of resets. And you get the 7 steps to redo these rooms. I believe it should be in the next room. So yeah, the trick here is to max out the agility on Cat so she can just run from everything. Okay, let's see if I can remember the big room. This next room is the most dangerous one because it introduces the Gannett fight, and they are absolute horse shit because they are faster than your entire party. Okay. I think it's this tile. Okay. Right, left, right. Let's go left here. Right. Okay, this is the fight I was talking about. Please don't ruin my day, dude. Okay, that's fine. I can take a punch from both the Gannett and the Golem. That was scary. If the attack up was on the Golem, I'd have been hosed. So Empire Sword here clears the Gannets, which are max speed. Golem is 1, and fucking see you later, asshole! Oh, this is so bad. Okay. I don't know if I can take an attacked up Golem Gannett. Okay, it's still weak damage. Got it. I think I won't flip them off this time. That might be the strat, actually. That might be the strat! Should... Oh my... Let me out! Let me... My step count should be... Okay. I might be a tile off, but that's fine. I can make the rest of this work. Grab the final knife since we're right next to it, and keep running like a coward. As long as I don't accidentally try to run from Gannets, we should be fine. Okay, this is 7 steps, so I'm just gonna go here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I'm gonna smoke here, and that'll get me all the way to the end. I'm gonna sell the Buster Sword to buy some life pills, actually. Because 4 is really risking it. So we're gonna put the Empire back on Ryu here, because we really don't need it for anything else. And there's like 2, maybe 3 encounters before Infinity. So we're gonna do some of the menuing a little bit early here. The only thing I need to remember after is to put the fast shoes back on Ryu. Alright. So we're through the danger room. It doesn't get much easier from here on out, though. I did not intend to have to go buy those smokes, though. That was such a stupid mistake. I got so hyper-focused on the Frisbees that I forgot I needed to refill my smokes. What would have been worse is if I had kept the 3 smokes or however many I had and not realized what I'd done. Because if I got halfway down here with 3 smokes, Danger Room, the encounters would have doubled easily. Unless I got really, really, really lucky. Which, as you could tell, I did not, because I got double Gannet and Golem. The game was trying to eradicate my bloodline. Yeah. I have more W fruits than I could ever need. Same thing with Help BL, so neat. The big thing here is making sure that I remember to equip everything here. So the reason I went out of my way for the shiny hat, even though it usually costs you an extra encounter and kind of screws with your smoke tiles, is it allows me to put the sun mask on blue. So it just gives everybody that much more survivability. Ryu doesn't get a bunch out of the shiny hat, but having an extra sun mask on blue, especially if you can't afford to buy the shield, which is usually the case, especially if you can't buy the holy shield, and you have to buy the blinded one, which is like 20-something versus like 30, 40 defense. It helps offset that. Though she's usually in the backmost slot, so you really don't need that much defense, but blue is the one that outspeeds Death Evan naturally. So, like, playing it safe is an important thing I think you should be considering. We're good here. I'm gonna go sell the some of this stuff to get some more life pills. Just to be 100% safe here. If I have to use that many life pills, I'm kind of boned, but we want to sell the, where is it? Buster Sword, and then buy. There you go. Okay, so we'll do one last sort. Ideally, one last one anyway. Grab these smokes from here. Shouldn't need this many smokes, but it is what it is. Alright, we're gonna get the heck out of here. Now, ideally, the smoke from the previous area carries over to here, and it'll be enough to get us to Infinity. We still want to run from these fights if possible. Lead off? Yep, that's 100% possible to run from. The only downside of Infinity here is it will remove Cat's transformation, so I'm going to grab her shoes now, because she's no longer going to need them. Form, order, manual, swap you two. I'm not 100% certain if it puts Ryu in the start, but we'll just do that right now to be safe. This right here should recover our AP. If I remember correctly, anyway. The Anthony nonsense should give you full AP. So we got a 7 or 8 minutes of nonsense we got to get through. This is a fairly long story segment. And I tell you what, it's very easy to just kind of check out here. Because it is boring as heck. It is just walking down curved hallways. Do. Mm-hmm. So at this point, normally losing the fusion here with Cat would be catastrophic. Because the old route would take us all the way down to Blueberry. With the fused Cat, we would get the party back up with W Fruits and Life Pills right before Blueberry. And we take that fight on. Usually you would lose Cat at that point, or Cat's fusion anyway, because she's just too glassy. So at that point, what you would do is you would save after you finish Blueberry on the place behind him, warp back to Delogany. Then you would proceed to go down to Anthony, and then Death Warp back down, which means you do this 7-minute cutscene after the second to last boss. Which, for the runner, as long as you're paying attention, it's an auto-scroller. There is some dynamic choices you can make, depending on if characters dodge attacks, or if he, like, super low rolls, like, breaths or whatever. But for the most part, you should be fine, honestly. Do-do-do-do-do-do. So this next couple of hallways, we got to walk up here. We still got a few more left, and then we'll have to go talk to ourselves. Say yes, leave, come back down. The sage automatically talks to us, and then he's like, all right, you got to decide who to sacrifice. Then you proceed to go back to yourself and say no multiple times, and then it, hello? Trying to talk with the characters here is really weird. There's some interaction points where you have to mash pretty hard and be patient. If you try to walk away too fast, the character will not, or the dialogue won't trigger. Because like the gold chest in Whale is pretty rough. The characters here are very annoying. There's a couple of different spots where things just are not as interactive as they should be. I don't quite know what it is, but it's almost like there's a cooldown on your interaction until you're close enough within a certain amount of time. Go down here, go down here, go down here. Got one more character we have to talk to. And then we can just go. Would be dope. Alright, so we gotta get the heck out of here. Did I talk to him? Yeah, I did, okay. I'd rather double check that room than frickin' have to walk all the way back down that hall. Not my cleanest work, but... We should be done in a good 20-ish minutes or so. We are through most of everything. The big part is getting to Blueberry in one piece, selecting no and telling Blueberry, nah, we... Oh, crap. I was supposed to say yes here, I believe. Oh, no, wait, I'm right. No. Wait. Oh, God damn it. I am on the first dialogue. I did the same thing in my previous PV. My brain zoned out here. It's really annoying because the way that the dialogue is, like, written here, it's almost the same thing twice. Eh. It's so easy to lose track of how many trips you've made because you have to go up and down these hallways 7, 8 times for all your characters. And then this is like the final one, but you have to do it twice because reasons. And if you're not fully paying attention... Because, like, he chides you the same exact way. Like, the dialogue is obviously different, but I'm 6 hours in, man. You think I'm reading this? I ain't reading this. You're reading it. You've got more stamina than I do. Nope. Alright, we getting the heck out of here. Alright, now we just gotta, you know, get, like, 0 encounters or something. Honestly, we want to see a few encounters, because we want to get Blue to 39. But I think we need, like, maybe 3 fights plus Blueberry. Alright, so I already equipped everybody, put the fast shoes back on Ryu here. Now, we should be at the point where my smoke is reset, so we're going to go for 6 steps and then reset here. Okay. Should be the right tile. Okay. Don't think so. Alright. Nope. Equip, riot, item, smoke. Okay, we're gonna go defense and dragon. Farms are incredibly fast. So this is actually the reason why we do things this way. I hope that doesn't kill me. That'd be really fucking annoying if it did. Okay, nice. This is why we do it this way, because they would outspeed Cat, and that would have 100% killed her. And there isn't a 100% run chance here, so, like, this is actual balls. I'm gonna have to pause and heal everybody back up, but that's fine. Let's see her to be fruit. Get my out. Doop, 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 doop. Alright, let's go. Okay. We're almost done with smokes. Oh, great. Another round. Great. I think these guys are weak to death, so I could use death with Blue here as a catch, as a backup. Fortunately, or unfortunately, they're not very weak to, like, fire rocks or ice chunks here. So, we'd need to use, like, 2 or 3, I think, to kill them. We're just gonna full up on the dragons every single time. Vault X, that means she's 39, so we're good to go for the rest. Okay. Alright, let's keep going. We'll just dragon this. I can't remember if this is a, I think this is 2 items. I'm not sure if you can attack up Empire Sword this little fella or not. It's some of the enemies are not what they look like they are. I need to fruit times 3, and then smoke. They're definitely not what they seem to be on the surface. It's very stupid. Some of them are like you would think are weak to like lightning, but they're weak to ice. Some look like they'd be weak to fire, but they're weak to frickin' lightning. It's the triangle here is super weird. Let me make sure everybody's topped off. Good to go. Dragon armor, fast shoe, we go. Okay, now for Berry. So Berry is a fairly straightforward fight. The big part here is we want to refill our AP before we get to the next phase. Yeah, there is I'll look at it later and see what the Karms are actually weak to, if they're weak to anything. For now, we are going to G-Dragon for some damage here. We want to W-Fruit with Rand. We want to attack up Ryu, I believe. Yes, and then we defend with Cat here. We're going to be attacking with Ryu next turn. So the goal here is to get him back up to full AP before we start the next turn. Grand Dragon is going to do a majority of the damage here. You are not... you know what? We're just going to close that. The Grand Dragon here plus a swing is almost enough to push phases. But what we're going to do instead is we're going to... Okay, 2, 4, 6. Yeah, we're fine. I just want to make sure that the W fruits wouldn't kill him while I was thinking about it. So we go attack. I need to switch to normal here. Defend. W fruit Ryu. And W fruit Ryu here. So the W fruits here will top his AP back out at the cost of some of his HP. We're going to start using the Wise fruits in the next phase. But the swing here is going to do more than enough to push us in the next phase. Especially with a special like that. We're switching back to defense here because he is way too dangerous to take in any other stance. From now on, you fight me by yourself? No! Absolutely not! That would be run ending. We are going to Gold Dragon, defense form, Wise Ball U. We are going to actually start using these biscuits and defend. Hell no! So, biscuits are going to be pretty much... It's going to be Dragon, Wise Ball, Biscuit every single turn. Depending on how it goes, we may be able to use a couple of Help BLs instead of a Biscuit if things go particularly well. But I'm going to need like 2 of the characters to dodge for that to work out. And I'm really not too worried about saving a Biscuit here. But it is something worth considering because the Biscuit animation's a little bit longer than a couple of Help BLs. We're going to go Gold Dragon, Wise Ball, Biscuits, and Defend. So we are on turn 2 now. Biscuit does also provide us with defense up X, which is beneficial to some extent. We're going to be using it a lot on Death Evan. The struggle is, like, we want to maintain attack up on at least a few characters for Death Evan. And he has a very decent chance of deleting your power buffs if you have too many buffs on. Yeah, we're going to have to heal again. It's fine. Annoying, but fine. Now we're on turn 3 here. Into Grand Dragon. Wise Ball Ryu. Biscuit, and Defend. So the next one will be turn... Well, we're not turn 4 yet. So the defense up and defense up can stack. So I could layer those if I want. And I might, depending on the situation. But I'll only start layering those once we get to the second phase of Death Evan if I feel like it. Right now, I have a ridiculous amount of Fire Rocks and an extra Ice Chunk. We didn't have to use it on any of the enemies here. Wow, that was a high swing. That could have been lethal. Cat probably would have died had I not put her in defense. One more Wise Ball, one more Biscuit, and defend. So this turn will be the last Wise Ball turn. We're out now. Sometimes you can get a double cook off of the stamina plus Wise Fruits. You also have a pretty decent chance of catching some staminas in the Queen. A lot of those enemies drop stat up items, but all we saw was a lucky candy, which we threw on Ryu to increase his crit rate. Because when he crits, with maxed damage, he hits really hard. So right here, we don't need to heal anymore. We just need Blue to be alive, and that's it. Well, we need Ryu alive, too. So we're going to go Grand Dragon here. Unfortunately, because of the way the math works, one more Grand Dragon will kill. We need to throw out a bomb here. As silly as that seems, because it's 999 plus, and he has 5,000 HP, we're landing in the 4,800 or 4,900 range. So we need the bomb to take that last little bit of damage over into 5,000. The big struggle is that G-Dragon does trash damage if you're not at full AP. I'm going to top Ryu off here because there's just no reason not to, and I'm going to top everybody else off as well with help BLs because there's just no reason not to, and then we're going to sort one more time. Okay, item, sort, use, boop, 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 boop. Okay, help BL. Okay, I need to use one more here. Sort again, and then since we get some free steps here, I'm going to come over here. I'm going to grab Sten and Cat. So we're going to go Rand, Sten, Cat here. Yes. Okay. Then I'm going to head back in here, go a couple tiles down. There's a defensive item you can get here that no matter what, Barbarian normally tells you it's here when you fight him one-on-one. So we got our prize without any of the risk. So we're going to put Blue in the back here. So we're going to go Rand, Cat, Blue. Yes, we want to stay in defense. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the Life Bracer on you. And I should have smoked. Oops. This guy, can't remember what he's weak to. A full power Thunder Dragon should kill. 512 is more than enough, surely. I think this is a hit him with the Empire Sword attack up, if I remember correctly. The enemies here are something I'm not as familiar with, so... Hero BT, what the fuck? Okay, I was wrong. This is a Gold Dragon moment. I was about to use Gold Dragon, but I'm like, the animation's gonna be longer. Okay, good. Alright, just gonna use the smoke. Well, W fruit, doot, help BL, and smoke. I should have topped him all the way off. That was really silly. Okay, we walk in here. Top you off. AP is fine. Sort, and let's go. That would have been a big mistake. Okay, we're good. Those are Amons, I think. So let me take a look here real quick, since I have a chance. The Karms are weak to Holy, so I don't think Death works. That is an Amam, which has 531 HP. It's not weak to anything. So, what I should have done was attacked and attacked up would have worked as well. Luckily, he just countered and solved the problem for me. I think I have it somewhere in my notes that Amams are, you know, Gold Dragon material. But, the problem is I just need to memorize all the enemies. That's the big problem right now. Did I fucking remove those? Where's it listed? Huh. Oh, here it is. It's all the way up here in Infinity. I need to add notes. The kill notes post Barbary as well. Use Infinity. Okay. So, yeah. The reason that was a huge almost mistake, if you don't have fast shoes on Blue, she is not level 39 and you have not used a Dinker, she cannot outspeed Death Evan. And forgetting to put fast shoes on there would have infinitesimally made this fight much harder than it needs to be. So here you're supposed to mash. Luckily I'm on, modern stick, so I can just scroll, I can just spin the thumbstick and it'll be fine. You have to mash to get out of that. There we go. So, Death Evan has 10,000 HP and is a very scary fight. He really loves to dispel your buffs, which makes this fight super spooky, as long as he's in the first half. You can use agility up, have Blue agility up herself in the second half when he stops removing buffs, and that will also fix your speed issues. But ideally, you do not want to use agility up. But, like, getting through that first phase is already pretty tricky without Blue outspeeding consistently. Because you just need to, like, hard open with defensive strats. So if I did have Wise Balls, theoretically it would be better to spam G-Dragon here, but he does love to siphon your AP. And you are, like, it is pretty volatile, so it's just easier to go with spamming physical attacks here. The damage is much lower, but, like, both of these fights hit like trucks. And the fact that he has multiple moves that can siphon your AP means that your Gold Dragon goes from doing 9999 to, like, 500 something. If not, like, 400. Depending on how much he steals. Alright, so we're going to use Infinity here, and that will allow me to fight the true final boss. Which, this is the true final boss. He's just not damageable right now. Luckily, that attack only does half your HP, so it's not that big of a thing. We're going to be switching to defense, and we're going to maintain that for a turn or two, and then switch over to either normal or scramble, depending on who's doing the attacks. Oh, yeah, because that's Cat. Yeah. So, turn 1, we're going to attack up Cat. Turn 2, we're going to attack up Ryu. And hopefully we do enough damage to churn through this first phase so that we get past the disappear segment. And then as long as we have enough biscuits, which we do, we can almost spam biscuits every single turn. The big one that you're worried about is Bone Laser, but because Blue outspeeds, we can biscuit in response to the Bone Laser and not have to biscuit after the Bone Laser and pray we don't get hit with another one before we biscuit. We do also have a Moondrop as well, which will recover the entire party, so if for some reason we lose multiple party members, we can Moondrop and get everybody back up. Downside with that is it will remove our attack up buff and our defense up X if we have either of those on. So, from here, Death Evan is probably the most fluid fight. You have to pay attention to what's going on, and there's really no hard line outside of you should heal in this circumstance. The HP values are a pretty hard line in the sand with how strong this boss is. Like, you have very little HP to play with if you don't have biscuits, or then the defense up X active. Like I said, you can stack defense up, but in phase 1, the more buffs you have, the more he likes to remove them, so you'll just end up getting into a stalemate where he'll keep removing your buffs. Fortunately, the debuff doesn't happen until the end of the turn, so... Alright, focus up. We're going to defense. We are going to Cure 2 Ryu here as a preventative measure. We're going to attack with Cat here, and we're going to attack up Cat. And from here on out, we are going to just, see what happens. That is abysmal. This is why you don't use G-Dragon. Because this is going to cut the damage so much that it's going to do, like, 400. This is so frustrating to see. What a dick. This actually killed a PB pace in the past, him stealing my AP before G-Dragon. This is why we don't bother with it. It's just not reliable enough. Yeah, see, I lost frickin' 399 damage there. It's so rough. Alright, we're gonna go Scramble here, attack. We're going to, Fire Rock. Attack. We should be okay. Cat's the only one at risk here, honestly. Alright, we're gonna be in a debuff stalemate. That's funny. 412. We're at 1,000. Okay. Alright, attack. And then we're gonna start spamming items here then, if he's gonna be like this. Fire Rock, attack up Ryu. Okay. 1,600, we're about halfway to nothing. I have one buff active. What? Sure, whatever, dude. Alright, if you're gonna be like this, we're gonna attack. Rock, rock. And then attack up Ryu here. We're at 2,500, so we have 2,500 more to go before we get out of this phase. My gosh, this is silly. Whatever, man. I don't have to do anything defensive. This is a bit weird, but it works. Fire Rock, and then we should be able to start biscuiting from here. $3.4, so next turn we'll use a biscuit if he disappears again. Okay. We'll heal from here then. I'm gonna have to use the biscuit preemptively. Attack. Gonna keep going here. Fire Chunk. Oh wow, we are already out, huh? We biscuit here 100% of the time. We're out of rocks now. Okay, attack again. We'll, Ice Chunk. Attack, and attack up Ryu. After this, he can't disappear anymore, so it's whatever. I'm going to have to do this in a really goofy way. I'm not super happy about, actually. So we're going to attack here. Swing, that puts me 5k. Alright, so we're going to stay with this formation. Biscuit with you. Attack. Yeah, we're gonna attack, and then we need to attack up Cat. Simply don't die, Cat. Forehead. Then we'll switch back to Scramble after this. Hit anybody but Cat. That's not really what I was thinking. Okay. I would have been happier if that hit Ryu, but whatever, I guess. Change stances to Scramble, attack, attack. Life Pill you. This is a bit goofy, honestly. He's doing some really weird pattern chicanery here. It's just slow. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, we're gonna go... Attack, attack, attack. No, no, no. We want to biscuit with you. Attack and attack up Rand. Alright, I am off count here because I've been thinking a bit too much. This is great, actually. That shouldn't be able to kill anybody because I think it's a %. Yeah, good. We don't have any more AP for attack up, but... yeah. Gonna go... Okay, just defend then. Alright, that's a free turn. Attack, defend. Okay. And then we'll use that extract on you. What a weird fight. And the extract was a good call. We'll use a help on you. This is faster than using biscuits, because the biscuits animation's longer. We are gonna biscuit here just in case, if this doesn't kill. I'm at 9,300, so we should be killing in the next turn here, which means I want to bring you up. Oh boy, there goes the sub 7, baby! What an asshole. That's very frustrating. Cat may die to this, but we should be able to kill. Cat is an actual fucking Giga Chad. Seven 0032. So this would have been sub 7 had I not forgotten to buy the smokes. That's a bit frustrating, honestly. It's the log an E. Think. Then we're gonna take this cut. Minimum 29 fruits. 9 smokes. We're gonna get rid of all this other nonsense here. And then like 9. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, what happened is I forgot to... Thanks for nothing. I don't know why that unsplit, but whatever. So, I had to warp back to some place to buy smokes. And it definitely took like 2 minutes to get them. So, I mean, I can get it tomorrow. Like, the encounters were pretty good in a lot of spots, but like... the smoke thing cost me like 2 minutes. There's no way it didn't. cost me at least that much time, if not more. And it took me a second to realize that I fucked up my smokes too. So it's a 7 flat. I mean, better than a stick in the eye, I guess. Go to runs. Okay, these are all resets. This one is not. Delete. So, I mean, it is what it is. The notes are pretty good. There are some minor mistakes I made in here, like not making sure that I bought 9 smokes. There was a couple of places I could have caught that. Unfortunately, I just straight up didn't notice it. That explains why I had so much extra cash on hand, because I just didn't buy the smokes that I was supposed to buy. But, you know, could have been worse. We're slowly but surely cutting a couple of minutes off each time. We'll do another run tomorrow, assuming I'm not needed for anything. And then we'll go from there. I'm gonna go take a quick standing break and mold about this for a second. Be right back. We're gonna raid somebody after this for sure. God damn it. Most I would have been able to use 4 because I could have used Ryu's before I ran all the way down, but that would not got me through the main room. Who's a good girl? Alright. Let's see here. Who am I following? Let's see. Are you disappointed in me? No, you're not. You don't. Aren't you, buddy? Okay. Alright. Let's see here. Everybody's playing like Resident Evil 9. Jeez. What? Alright, boys, I got something spicy. I mean... Alright, so I got a place for y'all to go. It's a bit of Grandia 1 by 30 Cent. Was tempting to send you to Corporate Image, who's doing Breath of Fire 1 blind, but there you go. If you guys want to dip out and go to Corporate Image after, you know now. But I'm going to kick on out of here, and I'll see you guys another day. We'll probably do another one tomorrow unless something comes up. I don't think there's anything I need to do. Peace. I'm out of here. Have a good one. Actually, I need a raid first, I think. Yes, raid first. then end stream. There we go. Hmm. Did he crash out? Wait, what? I'm waiting for the credits to start, and then we'll end the video. I'm not sure where. Like, I think just seeing that it crashes into gate is fine, but whatever, man. I got a lot of stupid shit I gotta deal with later, which is not exactly where I want to be in life, but hopefully I can get it all done now. What's up, buddy? Oh, that's the wrong thing. What I want to do is open this back up, and then I can... Alright, credits up! Later, nerds.